when the button is pressed.
When the button was pressed just now.
Welcome back to the next edition of Exalted 3rd Edition Dragon Bloods. Last time, several things happened, as has been going on in the past few sessions.
Things occur.
Many things occur, so everything happens so much.
Many cutscenes will play in succession.
Some more of the manse was explored. Dreams were had. Mingling of prior and present day traumas happened with Vanif Milan's nightmares. Some letters were sent to the local river sorceress. And Absolute Repose decided that now was about a good time to introduce his hearth to his family. Of course, before that happened, there was a brief aside where the incredibly charming and handsome and powerful and under mysterious masked figure that no one can
A strange
identify.
aside to a very handsome and daring NPC who is surely no member of this team.
Not
Who is
any
Yaku
relation,
Man?
but- Who is this Yaku Man, the new protector of Grey Falls? This crime-hunting vigilante who is going out to protect the weak clearly has no actual representation or connection to the rest of the group.
It was really weird that you included that in this campaign, as it has no pertinence to the overall story at all.
Like it's a half-hour
pretty weird.
cutscene on the side, just as a like slice of life thing that has nothing to do with the rest of the game. Anyway,
I look for the spin-off series.
So, Repose went with the rest of the group, and eventually Milan and Yang, who caught up for, again, they weren't around for no reason,
They're just selling potions. It's fine.
to the temple that Absolute Repose was raised in and around. Met his aunt, Pestletail Azar, who expressed both admiration for Repose's abilities and innovation in the face of great danger, and also disappointment that you could have done better. You could have. I know you probably would have killed a couple of your friends, but like
You could have died.
better. You could have died, or you could have killed one of them, and you could have made it do better.
Yeah, which immediately kind of sent Obsidian off the deep end.
Yeah, no. Auntie Pestletail has a couple of hang-ups. Everyone in this entire complex has hang-ups when you're raised by grandma. After that, the group investigated the temple, got shown around, got told some of the history of the sect, met many cats, one of which is a bastard.
He's lovely.
Friendly cat. Only
Handsome
takes...
and majestic like a hero.
Mhm. And had a long discussion with Absolute Repose's grandmother, Gently Whispered Praise, about the recent goings-on and the recent developments over the past 2 months of downtime that they've been able to figure out. In addition, shortly before they arrived, I need to turn this up, I forgot how low this ambient music is. Shortly before they arrived, they actually received, the temple sect received a mysterious letter that just sort of appeared that had intercepted communications from the enemies of the Hearth, the Ruby Gauntlet Tyrant, and someone unknown who they have not identified, but they now have a handwriting of, discussing matters relating to the Plague Nexus up to the northwest over by the rest of the 100 Kingdoms, and attempts to provoke war between two of the local polities, the Empire of the Bronze Axe and the Prefecture of the Jade Orchid. So, with this unexpected assistance in learning how the current plans of the enemy are going, the Hearth is left to its own devices, and strongly suggested that maybe the plague should be the first thing to take care of, because that sounds like a more pressing issue. Also, in conclusion, a friend showed up. A very good friend, very powerful, very small.
Healthy, strong.
Growing every day.
Just the one.
Ki-
Exactly one cat. A relative unit.
Where's the plague at?
I shifted back over to the map. I see Frog has continued. Plague is at the crossroads at the top of the mountain ridge that has the pass. It is like the crossroad place where if you go up through the hole bored through the giant cliff face by the Sword of Creation hundreds of years ago, that's one of the major settlements, and apparently it has fallen to plague.
It's next to the red zone.
Yes.
I think we marked down something there earlier.
It's for
You can
what,
go kill two birds, one
cave
stone.
adventure you mentioned was over
Yeah.
there? Mystery cave where people are
Mystery
vanished?
Cave was
This is
here.
Mystery Geyser, and to the southwest was Mystery Cave.
Okay, this is Mystery Cave. This is Mystery Geyser.
Mhm.
Yeah, and then village not controlled by local politician was the three that Yang had found during Yang's wandering.
Where are we on this map? Where are we on the bottom left?
We're going to arrive
Center.
from somewhere.
You're going to arrive probably.
We've been outside this map for a bit, and we'll be coming back to it.
Hey,
Why don't we just go down? Why don't we just go down the Sword of Creation's cleft?
Refresher question, real fast.
Yeah, sure.
I don't remember too much about these two that they're trying to incite the war between.
Okay.
I remember that these guys suck because I specifically left the
you wrote down, fuck this guy.
Yeah, that this guy sucks. Some sort of slave trader or something. That seems right.
So this is the two. Let me just get my own pointer out.
The other side of this is these
Yes.
folks over here.
Yes. So just to give a quick overview of the current political situation, because again, it's been a couple of weeks since we've gone through the whole everything for these local three. Empire of the Bronze Axe was founded by a mercenary named Hateful Eyes, who moved into the area and displaced the local government and their mercenary contractor defense group. And instead of doing the usual thing in, proper duels between nobility where you let most of them go or you reintegrate them back into your own power structure, they executed everyone in a position of power and put in their own personal handpicked toadies, and more or less just killed everybody who made any sort of noise about this is not how you do things. So it is founded on the societally unacceptable amounts of mass murder and bloodshed, as opposed to the societally sanctioned amount of bloodshed, and then we come in and we do
Right,
things.
he went in there and killed all the leaders and took over. Now I remember why I fucking hate this guy.
Very important detail.
Yes.
Mhm.
Jade Orchid, in the meantime, is a rogue member of House Sinus from the Blessed Isle, who you don't know the full details because they haven't been said, but for whatever reason, wandered out into the wilderness and said, well, fuck this. I'm just going to make my own fucking country. I'm just going to run it myself. I'm going to be at the top of the chain. Why bother fighting through house politics when I can just rule? And from all accounts, it sounds like it is like a miniaturized version of the realm in terms of its political structure. Meanwhile, the God's Breath River up here is who the Empire of the Bronze Axe is primarily terrified of, because this is run by a dragon blood who takes no shit and has made very loud public announcements of fucking hating what they have done. And the only real thing that is protecting them is that there is a sheer cliff face in the way. So that is the status, as it were.
Mhm.
Let me go grab a token, because y'all will be coming in from about here-ish on this part of the map. If you're coming from the side of the monastery, you're not on any of the main roads, you're just walking across the landscape.
Just the thing to have noted for before we head out of town, since there's probably going to be a bit of a time that we spend ambling about before concluding in character what we're even doing before setting off.
Sure.
So Repose, when he was a small lad, his one thing of rebellion he would do would frequently sneak out of the monastery into the village. At first just to, be a child and be breaking the rules, then to look around curiously at this world immediately outside of his own world, and then after it settled in, the most important thing you don't say out loud, that he is a prince and these are his subjects, to just always find out more about them and find ways to be helpful to them. And the moment people had it click in for them, a response of, oh wait, who is this strange helpful boy? Wait, that's the prince. Oh, our prince is such a nice boy. This ritual has wound up settling in that Repose will go about town and just kind of offer people complimentary help, or if he's in need of something, he'll kind of go into somebody's house and essentially offer to buy their garbage at first, and then they will haggle him up to donating some object of use to the heir, to the boss. So this is how he just goes about and acquires supplies before you leave. Just getting a bunch of miscellaneous stuff.
No, I insist, please.
The process is made easier because Moat, who will be one step ahead of the game and notice what Repose is actually trying to buy, will just kind of go fixate on it. And be like, well, I didn't bring it up, but I guess the cat likes this basket. He's not letting it go, I'm sorry.
Cat just
I will pay for
takes
this.
a nap in the basket and actively swipes at a hand when tried to remove, and it's like, well, I guess I'm taking the basket.
I guess he lives here now.
Alright, that's good details. That's good details. So there is going to be, first of all, the discussion of where you're going and how you get there, and also what you're going to be doing on the way there, because there is going to be considerable little bit of travel time and things occurring during the travel time. So,
I had something, and for the life of me, can't remember what it is.
I've been busy.
I don't have actually something to do, but that does remind me. I need to actually write notes for the new charms I got.
it's all right.
If we're going over land, we are passing by where Behemoth is supposed to be around. We should be keeping watch for the Lorge.
The big.
So we're starting over.
Yeah, it is bottom right corner, top of the
Okay.
yellow bit.
I'm guessing we were able to get horses or what have you from town.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So yeah, I guess we can go travel, get around Behemoth, go to the Jade Orchid Prefecture, go check out the geysers, get the plague. And if we feel like it, we can swing down and check out Devouring Cave.
We also know that the Emperor of the Battle Axe might be, horrible, and we need to go take care of that sooner rather than later.
Is
We
Behemoth
also need to stop by.
Did you say might be horrible?
Might be. It's fine. We also might need to stop by Don't or send a message to Don't in a secure manner because, like we were talking about last time, they might be the actual target of all of the misdirection that's happening around here. And
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
You have enough assistant staff among all of you and your merits that you could probably just send a runner on a horse over in that direction while you're doing your usual thing.
What we know of the Behemoth is that it is just some manner of mega beast. It is a large animal.
It is a non-wild, non-underworld something. It is, as I believe Loon put it the first time it came up, Gaia's sense of humor.
There's dinosaurs here.
It is a mega beast or a forgotten beast from Dwarf Fortress. It is a beak.
Is it doing harm to anybody? Should we just avoid it?
It was just kind of marked as a local, probably not a good idea to mess with this. It was no real indication has come up from any locals you've asked about that it's really doing anything of harm, because out here is mostly out here is mostly just scattered independent farmsteads. So
Y'all want to go see local attraction?
if we see it on the way, we should say, observe it, but I don't think we should necessarily go out
Let's go make friends.
If it's
You call
on the
this.
way.
it is directly
If it is
in the
on
straightest
the
path.
way. It's not exactly there, though. It's somewhere around.
Let's adopt a behemoth.
Okay, who's gonna feed it?
Obsidian would see
Me.
Spanner rubbing his eyes and just said, "You caused it. You said something. You use words."
Words
Yep,
are how
hold
you
it.
fix things.
Mm,
You know
I remember
that.
I
I
remember.
use
what
hey,
you.
hey, Ango, look at me.
Words can fix and also break things. Looks at my entire spell
We
list.
both use words. Isn't that fucked up?
We both used words today.
Many words
You
were
use
spoken
words,
this
and
day.
I use words. And there's no difference between you and me. So let's go adopt a dinosaur dog, and then I will name him Ramble.
A new background activity for Repose for the time being. So the fact that he has recently received actual goddamn armor, that makes him more visibly somebody of status, where I also, between sessions, better settled on what the look of this is supposed to be. It is his same previous monastic robes, but there's now a bunch of jade scale sewn onto them to reinforce it.
Yeah, kind of so like in between the layers of robe.
Yes, and conveniently, it's white jade that blends in quite perfectly with white linen. Unfortunately, this does still just look subtly more clean and proper than he did before. Which means the fact that his travel bag up to this point had just kind of been a sack with all of his stuff carefully arranged in it stands out more. And shame is demanding that he in some way upgrade his luggage. So he's like weaving a like wicker skeleton to serve as first a layer of luggage, and then on top of that, like kind of a portable altar surface travel desk thing, and then somewhere in all of this compartment that is cat sleeping chamber. And so in the
All right.
background of any miscellaneous on the road scene, you can assume that Repose just kind of has a bunch of branches that he is working on weaving together, and they're just kind of being as compliant as if they were just wool or rope or any other much softer material. As he just hand shapes them together into what they need to be.
What are we gonna do with boat?
Boat is currently in the nearest waterway. Not caught like the nearest waterway is probably a couple of miles off this map. Boat is actually comfortable. Like, would you be discussing with Boat about leaving?
Yes, like,
Okay. Yeah.
are you okay now that we have come to an understanding? Are you okay with us leaving for a bit?
Boat seems kind of sad that its friends will be leaving, but it is also going to be left with since like a large complement of the crew. And hey, they're all friends too. They can make friends with the crew. So yeah, yeah. Onyx
just
is
sketching
quite
out
comfortable.
quickly here to remind of the visuals. So there's like that fork in the river that exists on the big world map.
Yeah.
And Obsidian's house is over somewhere near the that tip. Monastery Town is like somewhere over here, and Adventure Zone is in this
the
vicinity. Like
The Adventure Zone.
yeah,
Hell,
like the city is over here. The canal from the city extends up into there, and that's how we've entered the map previously.
Yeah,
So
that
as of
canal
just now,
right
we have
here
come in
is at
this
the-
way,
yeah.
and we're over here.
That canal is at the bottom of this river right here, and you are coming in from this direction, thus being right here.
And
So
we'll
the
now
boat,
remove these explanation shapes.
Yeah. the boat is maybe like a third to half a day's walk to the east of your position right now. And
yeah. How far between us and the Jade Orchid Prefecture? Are we gonna have to camp halfway through?
yes, this is going to be at least a probably day and a half, 2 days ride.
Yang is
And-
probably used to camping. I probably have camping supplies in my backpack.
Yeah,
I
I would assume with the number of people you have, yeah.
I have also provided explanation shapes for the lunar zone.
Yeah, no, what the?
Yes.
Yes, correct.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Yep.
I see what you mean.
It
by
do be
being
like
busy.
that.
Would it be a good idea for us to send the boat to the main city rather than back at Repose's place?
It's not at Repose's place. It's just the closest part of the river.
Nearby it, rather.
That's
I would tell the crew to find the place on the river closest to us. That way, if we had to make a hasty retreat, boat was there.
So yeah, it would probably be either sticking exactly where it is right now, or boomeranging over to Gray Falls, which would be a quicker jaunt south, but closer to the city that way.
Maybe if they don't see us within a week, they just head over to Gray Falls.
Business as usual, hauling cargo, selling stuff.
Yeah, I would think for a moment and say that makes sense, and you relay the message.
Okay.
And then last thing, when does the bird get back from Koi?
The bird getting back from Koi is actually going to happen during this overland trek. So
Okay, because I was thinking we could send a message to her since she has connections with the people in the don't area, and she could contact them rather than us have a obvious trail heading towards them.
right, okay. So
Speaking
yeah,
of
this is
speaking of boat, at some point during this overland travel, I'm going to be calling Obsidian over to talk with him.
sure. And yeah, this is about 40 miles. I would say that's about as far as you're going to get in the day's ride. Is pretty close to the Behemoth, so I'll just move that
Good.
first. Wrong selection button. So yeah, you get about yay far before you need to stop for the camp for the first night. So you can narrate anything you would be doing over the first day of travel.
Hey, Obsidian, you got a sec?
Yeah.
You remember that night we spent at your place?
I mean, yes.
You remember how I looked bad in the morning?
Yeah, you look like you didn't get a good night's sleep.
Yeah, at first I thought it was just a really bad dream, but now that I think about it, what I saw in that dream is kind of stuck with me. Like you've had dreams and you like by midday you've already forgotten what's happened.
Oh, of course, all the time, yeah.
I can still see the events of what I saw. I think I might have saw a bit of your boat's past. And then, since I still remember all that, I'm just going to relay to Obsidian the events I saw, and we don't have to talk about in detail the events.
Yeah, you could just convey the.
I think boat's previous owner did something bad, and
boat's on it, dude.
I think it broke not only themselves but boat. Boat might have more trauma than it realizes.
And just sort of Obsidian rubbing his chin, thinking of just. I mean, my understanding is that would. How long ago would that have occurred?
Oh, about 3,000 years or so.
Yeah, like my understanding, it's a very, very long time ago, and
I just
overcoming the past is
I felt like
one
I should
word.
let you know.
Difficult. Yeah. I'll see what I can think of doing. Living with being, for lack of a better term, living with being a survivor is sometimes harder than. Well, it's extremely, not even a sometimes thing, harder than being the one who died.
I can see how that could be.
Hey, don't worry. We're here for the boat now.
Yeah. I sort of slap Obsidian on the shoulder and kind of hurt my hand in the process.
Yeah, it hurt too.
Yeah.
Obsidian, roll me willpower difficulty threshold 4.
Willpower?
Just your max stat of willpower. Just that many dice.
Okay.
So you need at least 4 successes.
Oh boy. Did I spend willpower on this?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Don't you dare spend anything on this. Leave it a botch.
Obsidian's having a think.
Well, fuck me up.
I did not think about what would happen if this one botched. I gotta think about that.
Hmm.
You played yourself.
You have an aneurysm and you fall off your horse.
Hmm.
What about a botch, though?
You don't consciously recognize anything has happened.
Dope. That's a
Interesting.
good sign.
It's fine. It's fine.
My favorite things in tabletop RPGs is, well, that's bad. Not now, but that's bad. It's actually the
it
most
also
fun
has a
thing.
cutscene, I think, while we're in camp.
That was the most fun thing about fives in 13th Age of, well,
Yep.
we'll see how that turns out.
Mhm.
My favorite is DM asks you to make a roll. You fail the roll. DM just sits there going,
Oh,
I expect you to pass that. You don't notice anything.
Well,
you don't notice anything. They're not saying, like, pointing out anything in particular, but the DM terminology for, I don't know what to do.
No, I know what I actually thought of what I'm doing. It's more that you don't realize what's happened.
Yay.
So,
Okay.
mhm.
Yeah, so, all right, while stuff is cooking, I'm just gonna slink over to Repose and ask, Mr. Brother, Mr.
Mr.
What do I call
Brother.
you? What do I call you now that you're like this? I gesture to your armor.
whatever you would have before.
Okay,
Repose is
so
probably
Brother Repose.
continuing to assemble portable furniture.
Yeah, just cracking out the lawn chair.
I like Mr. Brother.
So, okay, this is gonna sound weird. Can you teach me how to box?
Repose is stopping and having to think about this. It's kind of looking you over. Got it. Probably. All right, so Repose is actually like running over a lot of points of whether or not he could or should do this, to what extent he would.
Like,
But
I
he's
don't want you to
forgetting to
teach
voice
me-
all of it, so he's just kind of standing there staring at you analytically.
I guess I'll pick up on this. Go like, well, no, I don't like want your style. I want to like. I just want to be able to like, have a foundation to work off of. I don't want to. I don't even know what the hell style you use. I just want to know how to like, what's a parry? What trainings do I do to get good at this? What routines do I start doing?
How do I throw a punch?
How do I throw a punch?
Oh, of course, then. He takes a moment to just quickly, tie off whatever he was in the middle of working on and set it aside.
Like, they literally never taught me any sort of martial arts. They just taught me how to shoot bows and divine up points. So I know where those are already. That's great. I just don't know how to, if someone's punching at me, I'm probably going to seize up and just get my shit kicked in. So making that not be
Propose,
true.
nodding
First step.
thoughtfully in agreement to your assessment of this. Yeah, that's how you'd be. Already able to envision it.
Mm-hmm. So I guess step one is I want to be able to not get hit. Because I'm probably not going to, I'm not like, I mean, look at my arms. I'm going to like just flex. There's nothing there.
They do the cartoon thing where like you flex and then they invert.
The muscle just kind of flops down.
Like, basically, if someone kicks the crossbow out of my hands, I don't want to turn into a mewling baby. Can you help me with that?
Admirable.
Can you teach me melee fight?
I'm currently the greatest sniper in the world. However, if someone were to run up to me and encounter me in melee, I would have nothing to do. So teach me, just like Solid Snake, how to do the CQC.
Matters what kind of archer, if they're buff.
Yeah, it depends on the bow you're using and depends on
Specifically,
the training.
crossbows are meant for
He's
people that
probably
are less
very,
buff.
very Yang is probably incredibly toned, but he's probably
Yang is very lean. Yang has never used muscles for anything but drawstring.
Well, Yang, there are many lessons I could impart onto you, many exercises I could demonstrate to you, but I will be upfront that ultimately any expression of the fighting arts in text, in movement, in speech is an imperfect representation of technique. The only true expression of the martial art is the complete experience.
So, like, getting my ass kicked?
And Repose is like sliding into fighting stance, keeping one arm behind his back, just raising one hand to go easy on you to start. High or low?
Okay. Oh, all right. Oh,
High
We're
or low?
starting now.
Your choice.
Okay.
You gotta learn.
You asked for this.
I'm gonna snap into goose form. Like, I know the basics, but I'm gonna be an idiot, and I guess I'll try to like.
Yang, for those who do not remember my one description of goose form. Goose form involves spreading your arms out wide and basically just kind of having them come up and down like the beating of a goose trying to intimidate its opponents. But Yang doesn't really know how to keep that in a combative stance right now. It's not like something that is actually an effective martial arts style, so he's just kind of flapping his arms angrily.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm
Get
strutting
back.
back and forth and flapping my arms angrily, and like I'm like circling around you.
Interesting
going, like,
choice
"What's
of
up,
uncle."
motherfucker?"
At what point do the rest of us start to realize that this is happening and start
And then
gathering
he's
around?
Immediately as soon as he starts flapping his arms, I'm just
Probably
like,
is,
looking
yeah,
over
that
going,
would be hard to
Yeah.
not.
So like I enter like so here's how this sequence goes down. Repose does the same person fighting stance. He's like, all right, Shen, what you got? And then Yang it just like does two fists out, does a wide stance, breathes out, and then goes honk and fucking like throws his hands up into the sky, has one arm, has like one leg on the ground, one leg in the air, like a crane kick is about to happen, and he's just sitting there and flapping at you.
All right, Repose spends a while watching this. You can kind of see him deliberating over like which kind of hand to maybe apply to this situation. But all of that, like as he like manages to get your attention on maybe this is the lesson, and he's trying to show you things about hand positioning. All of that is a distraction. Yang gets like leg swept and put on the ground.
Fuck.
This is accurate.
Okay, so that's all right.
All right, so what does
Okay,
Yang
so-
do to try and catch himself while falling from this first leg sweep?
He doesn't.
Nothing, he falls.
You do this like while my hands are at the top of the arc, like wing spread. You fucking leg sweep me. I'm just like, well, shit. I can't actually like get my hands on the ground, so I just fucking eat shit.
oh boy.
Okay, good lesson. Don't anchor the earth. Gotcha. All right, let's fix this. Then get back up and dust myself off and have a think. And then I start like doing like a Muhammad Ali boxing stance, so we're just like, I look like a Yakuza thug now this time.
Oh, poor bastard.
I'm just gonna bounce over Repose and be like, what's up, motherfucker? Huh? You want a street fight? I'm gonna pick up a rock and try to hit him with it.
Fool. Striking rocks with rocks.
You know, let's go ahead and put some dice into this.
Yeah,
Just give
actually,
me a raw
no,
dexterity.
hang on, let's pull this up.
Spanner's probably been in the middle of eating while watching this and just
Yeah, no, this is a really like they're
Now-
probably done at this point. You're
just
probably
now
just
turning
eating.
over to like pay undivided attention. Is just in this moment of, I think my daughters are better at this than he is. And they're
Probably, yeah.
At
You
this
think your
point,
daughters weren't taught wrong on purpose.
at this point, I imagine Milan was actually having a conversation with Spanner, and then they just, while eating dinner, just like, what? Okay, we
What
got
is Yang doing?
Okay, so Yang, actually roll me perception survival. To see how good a rock you can find to use as an improvised weapon.
Perception survival. Okay, so that's like, I think my perception's 5,
Yes, and your survival is
4, I think.
Yes, 4.
So 9. I'm gonna find a pretty big fucking rock though.
Yeah, you actually are able to scrounge for a rock that is pretty comfortable to hold in your hand and tapers about to a point that you can hold outwards, kind of like a just not quite a blade, more something that is going to focus the force of the rock when you bring it down. It's not a completely useless weapon. You actually have a pretty good instinct for this is probably the deadliest thing in arm's reach.
Okay, so from the ground position, I'm just like, oh fuck, all right. Let's try hitting him with something. And I do a kick up by accident, I guess, just because, like, you know, we're still dragon blooded. And on the way up, I grab a really sharp rock and just fucking do a sweeping pose, showing it off like it's a knife. And then I'm gonna, like, try and backflip into you with the rock.
Alright.
Alright, so you're jumping in.
Yeah, I'm jumping in.
Yep.
Yeah.
How fierce would you call this jump in?
Pretty fierce. Like, Yang's been like, well, okay, being on the ground, not like half committing to being on the floor is bad. What if I just don't commit to being on the floor and I'm in the air? What does he do with that?
Well, sure you
Hey,
can.
everyone.
I got a rock, motherfucker! Hey, oh, no!
I'm just standing on the
Head
side.
down,
just go,
eyes shut. He knew exactly what angle you'd be coming in at from the moment you, like, recomposed yourself in the dirt.
Yeah, I'm just standing over the side, shaking my head, just classic.
That had hurt.
Yeah, just directly hits you in the solar plexus, square with the fist, sends you flying over his head, flying back onto your entire face, just on the ground. Still holding the rock. You're still able to keep hold of the rock.
Just,
But,
I, like, from the floor when I land, after a few seconds, I weakly throw it at repose.
just Obsidian standing there going, he was clearly holding down, he was charging the whole time.
Alright.
Alright,
Last try, motherfucker.
the fact that you throw the rock, the repose will actually, like, walk over, looking actually pretty satisfied, pick it up, give it a bit of a toss in the air, just you know, just kind of start juggling it with one hand. Good.
Oh, that steams me! I'm gonna get up and I look very visibly angry. I pick up a chair!
That is
there
good.
is no chair in your vicinity.
What is in my vicinity?
You are in the middle of dry scrub land, so if you want to give me another perception...
I grab Obsidian Shield's thing and not using it as a shield, I'm just gonna beat him with it.
Oh, you grab Obsidian Shield's 9-ring sword.
No, doesn't he have a shield?
No.
He's
No.
getting the shield. He
It
doesn't
is
have
the
I
it.
will, I will
Yeah.
let you grab his sword if you want.
Do you do 1,000 miracles?
I'm gonna do 1,000 miracles, and I'm not gonna take it out of its scabbard. I'm just gonna start beating you with, like, I'm gonna grab it by the blade. Is it a scabbard?
I don't think that there is I don't think that there is a world in which 9-ring swords can fit in a scabbard.
No.
I have described
And remember,
it as
this is a
it
blood
has.
sword.
Where's
I
old man?
Is it, like, wrapped in cloth? or
Old man is...
No, I've described the sword as it has sort of in essence, what you could call a scabbard, but what it is it's something that you can, like, lay the sword in. Imagine a scabbard, but one end is sort of cut off, and that's the end that the
tapering.
rings are in.
Yeah, okay.
So, like, it can slide into something, and then, like,
it's got a cover.
you
for the blade.
could essentially, like, lift the sword out of it.
Okay.
It's like an axe sheath.
Yeah, kind of like an action.
Yang's looking all around the campsite for something. Where's old man currently?
Old man is wherever you want him to be.
You pick up old
Can
man.
he just be, like, on a rock somewhere? Can I just, like, run to you and shout, like, please turn on copper body real quick?
Okay.
I pick up old man and I run over to
And old
Would it
man
be
was
funny
like,
if
"Oh, you
you
see-
would
oh, you
old
see
man have turned it on
It's
earlier
always
that
on."
day?
The old man could have turned it on earlier that day, sure. He could already
All
be
right.
in it.
He's already in it then.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick up old man like fucking.
Can
trying
you?
to
Good
finish
luck.
the truck. I don't know.
Can
I'm
you?
gonna try. Can you pick up
you?
old
This
man?
is an extremely you have to try.
Yeah.
Because old man, when he's in copper mode, is I believe I did the math. He's nearly a ton.
How's your athletics?
How is your strength athletics?
Why was my strength athletics?
It's 1.
It would be 2. Okay, this isn't gonna work.
Try it anyway. Do it.
No, you're not thinking right. You're trying to think like a gremlin, and you're not thinking of your own abilities. Try it.
You almost
Okay,
got
you
there.
briefly run over, and you have a brilliant idea. You ask him for permission, and then you try to pull the geta, and you nearly dislocate both of your shoulders. Oh my god, that's so heavy.
He's very,
What the
very
fuck?
heavy like this. He is nearly 10 times the weight of a normal human being when he is in copper mode. Copper is very heavy.
You know what? Fine.
Those will
Fine.
actually pop back from this having not worked, and then like grab a couple of a couple of long sticks out of his supply of miscellaneous scrap wood and toss them over to Yang. Let us imagine that had worked. Proceed.
Good, bless. Okay, cool. Anyways, well, now that you gave me a piece of wood, I'm a wood elemental. Let me think about this.
I throw another stick at him just to see if he'd do something with it.
Oh, I know. I make improvised. I use grasping rope vine to tie the sticks together, and I make improvised nunchucks.
Yes, good, excellent.
Yeah! How about this, motherfucker? Yeah!
Oh,
A
he's
lot,
gonna hit it.
a lot has
He's gonna-
happened on the adventure, and this might be the dumbest thing that has ever happened.
I
gonna wang him.
have no
All right, you're gonna
plan.
start
I
spinning.
run-
You're just gonna start
I-
spinning those around and see if I walk
I start
into them?
spinning repose around, and I start running at you. Like I'm just basically spinning nunchucks in the air above my head, screaming and running at you.
He's gonna wang himself.
Alright, please roll me dexterity, melee.
That would be a 6.
You have melee?
No.
You
That'd be a
have
5
that,
then.
that would
Six
be a
dexterity. What?
I am pretty dexed.
You somehow avoid knocking yourself in the face repeatedly with the nunchucks that you have never used before in your life, and the rest of the crew is looking at him, briefly convinced for the slightest moment that has he had training with these things? He's actually
No.
like swinging them around correctly, but then he just starts doing incredibly stupid shit like swinging them in front of him like helicopter blades. No, it's abundantly clear. It's abundantly clear he has no idea what he's actually doing. He's just kind of
Nunchucks go brr! Fight me, bitch!
As someone who is trained to fight with nunchucks, you are killing me.
Propose is back to, juggling
And I'm
the
not
rock,
talking
just
about
tossing it and catching
Milan.
it in the one hand.
Yang, you are aware that those are flails, right?
Yang is probably
Shut
not
up.
in a position to notice this, but others who are more perceptive notice that he is, at some ratio, syncing up the tossing of the rock to the speed that Yang is spinning at.
What the fuck, Repose? you would pull some horse piss like this.
And so, as Yang closes in, there is a toss of the rock, and then just a quick jab of the fingers just grazing past behind the nunchuck. They're just like poking him in the armpit. Yang knows the name of the nerve that was just struck, and it's very unpleasant.
Oh no! That's very unpleasant.
Yang also knows the name of that nerve, and has dissected bodies of that nerve, and knows exactly what is about to happen when the finger's about to make contact. And
I
yeah,
sit down for a bit. I just go like, fuck me.
the arm holding that just completely lets go, just like ah.
I want to say that this is such a fluid motion that I was still running while he did this. I kept going after the nerve was pinched. I just kind of tumble into the tent and I'm defeated for a bit.
Yeah, no, that works.
Repose, you went too easy on him.
Thanks. Learned a lot. Learned a lot.
If you want some help, I'm much more of an amateur. If you
I don't
require...
want your help. No, shut up.
But do you need my help? There's a difference there.
And now that you are actually laying down, Repose has nothing but complimentary things to say about your technique. Many of them backhanded, but still complimentary.
Again, the nunchuck showed extreme amounts of raw talent, just absolutely no idea what to do with it.
Learning begun. All throughout the rest of that night, while Yang is laying there, recovering feeling in his arm, Repose will be there to answer questions about what went wrong.
So why are you screaming? Was there any reality where that would have worked out in my favor?
No.
No.
Maybe.
This is actually in character. The both of us are just no. No.
There's
Maybe?
a quiet meow from inside the tent.
See
I
what's on my
will-
side.
I will echo the same thing that Repose said. turning the sticks into nunchucks was a pretty good idea.
At me, no. The majority of your opponents in the future, you will find, are not me.
Yeah, it was a good on-the-fly thought.
Thank God for that.
You think on your feet, and that's useful in combat.
Yang, if you want to learn, and you seem to really want to, you have a lot of people here who use a lot of different ways of fighting. You could learn a lot just from getting your ass handed to you over and over and over again.
That's the plan. Every time we stop, one of you motherfuckers is gonna kick my ass.
Okay, so long as you agree to it.
No, it's alright. Check it out. I rummage through my briefcase with my good arm while I'm still on the floor, and I pull out a piece of paper that has a chore chart for some apartments, which is like, who's kicking Yang's ass tonight? And it was Raposa's this time. So, like, if you want in on this, just add your name. Old man, you're not allowed.
Why?
I don't like you.
Now, Yang, were you able to identify the theme of today's demonstration?
I don't see why you would need to like a teacher.
You're a scientific oddity. I study you.
You're a scientific.
You would completely destroy him.
I'm not sure about that. I'm not quite that good. In fact, actually, no one has actually seen Old Man do an actual just regular melee attack against someone.
I'm in the current mindset that you can't, like Obsidian.
There has been
He
exactly
did an attack
one, and
against
it
the
was not
moose.
streamed. It was the test combat with
Yeah,
skeletons.
during the test combat, Old Man
I
kicked
that
thought
was
you did an
it.
attack against the moose.
Oh, did you?
I don't think so.
No, Old Man did not physically attack anyone in the forest.
Oh, I thought
fight.
he was building up. I was about to say meter. What game were we playing again?
Yeah, he was building meter.
Building up initiative, and I thought he did a physical attack against something in that fight, but I could be very wrong.
The long and short of it, he's pretty okay at it.
Old
Gotta
man
watch-
can't put his name on the chart. I won't stop him, but like, I'm gonna be angry at you.
Gotta
Well,
watch out
unfortunately,
when,
I can't write my name down, so there's no problem.
Do you know how to spell?
Yes.
Interesting. I'm gonna
The
add
problem
this
is
to the
I don't have a name.
Huh. I'm gonna add this to the old man observation journal in my scientific notebook. Actually, I can't. I'm being fucking. My alarm's broken. Hey, Repose, could you crack open that leather journal? And like on page 5, there's a blank field for name and just put none.
NAN, not a number.
Not a name.
I will
going
add
to.
my name to the list of people willing to train.
I will.
Abrapos will provide scribing services while Yang is being a drama queen about having one arm stunned. Come on.
Oh,
It is broken.
savage!
Can't
You
you
pinched
heal
a
yourself?
nerve.
Yeah, can't you wizard your arm back?
I'll never be the same again.
I'm going to bring Yang's dinner and add my name to the list.
What? You can fight? You're baby.
Oh, I can teach you how to not get hit.
All right, that works.
It is about this time as the sun is going down. I would say probably Angler is the most generally perceptive of the environment. Notices a pigeon with a surprisingly large bundle for a pigeon to be able to carry under its talons, kind of flapping desperately towards the camp, and is
Oh, boy.
making a descent.
I will wave down the pigeon, and if need be, catch it if it can't really see where it's going.
It's able to kind of
It's
flop down to
so
the ground, a little close to your, the campfire for the evening. It's not a big like package with like stuff in it. It's just several letters. But Pigeon is apparently pretty good at this, to be carrying multiple letters, several in their own sealed tubes, considering there were private communications in the first place to her.
I will take the package or the letters, put them to a side for a moment, or hand them to someone. Say, here, take care of this, and then pull out a mug and with water, and then also take like a piece of bread or biscuit or whatever kind of hardtack we might have, and crumble it up for the pigeon to eat.
The pigeon very gratefully just starts kind of, jackhammering into the bread to eat and dipping its beak into the water to drink, and it's very clearly appreciating this gesture while you'd work.
Okay, what do we got here?
All right, you've got a sealed reply to absolute absolute pose. Obsidian Shield and Old Man have their own sealed letter replies. You have an unsealed letter, and Absolute Repose has an unsealed letter.
Okay, I will hand out the letters accordingly.
Time
People
for
don't want to
mail.
talk about it, that's fine.
And I'm actually going to step away for a moment. Feel free to start reading mail.
Okay. So, newbie, I know that it was a private communication with her. Would you like me to send her a response in private, or do you mind if I were just say it out loud? For what you proposed.
I think at this point, as long as they, in character, nobody knows. Out of character, it'd be fun to now reveal what I sent a letter to about.
Yeah, okay. So, Master Shield, I appreciate you contacting me, and I have appreciated the work that your hearth is doing. Your goal of banishing the Yozi, she does not use the word Yozi. Your goal of banishing the demon within the swamp is admirable, but one that I believe you're going to need considerably more assistance than you think you will in doing. I am willing to do what little I can to assist you in this matter, but it is not by my hand alone, nor your own, that this will be done. Considerable amounts of sorcerer's might, knowledge, and raw physical might will be necessary to deal with a creature of such power. While I also believe that it is a long-term threat to the region that should not be left to be sad alone, I am also pragmatic enough to realize that the sleeping dog will lie until we awaken it. When the time comes, I, as stated, am willing to give you my assistance. I currently do not believe that it is that time. In response to your offer, generously as a trader, I do have a list of things that are difficult to get up in this region that I would appreciate if you were able to send some sort of caravan, and I would be willing to pay an extra rate for the inconvenience. And she just lists a list of herbs and like things that don't grow on her side of the cliff, and things that be not too difficult for you to get, but it's very clearly like wizard stuff. It's herbs, plants, supplies, occult reagents.
Um,
Well,
and I guess at this point now the topic is known to the players.
Yes.
I would give my response just because there was a bit of misunderstanding in the original letter of just reassuring her that I had no intention of just the two of us taking this on. I intend to gather an army to take down the demon.
Yeah.
And B, a thanks for such a quick response that she will offer whatever assistance she can on the matter. And yes, if I will get you these things, and let's say the first month of supplies, she doesn't have to pay me for.
Huh, nice. Okay. Okay. Second letter, the unsealed letter to Repose in response to the visual poem sent in Old Realm. Absolute Repose unrolls it and sees a letter in not Old Realm, River Speak. Master Repose, you will have to forgive me for not being clearly as masterful at those skills of the Old Realm's poetry as you. I attempted to compose a letter in kind to respond to your suggestion, but none of them measured up to the level of beauty that you sent me. In response to your proposal, I agree that it is an untenable situation at the present. However, I have a personal worry that if a situation is disrupted uncautiously, that the livelihoods of the people there who have made a living off of this manse and found new ways to live their lives and have found ways of parting the guild from its hard stolen currency may dry up, unfortunately. For as difficult as it is to admit, fire dust is a well-known commodity amongst the peoples of the world. And disrupting the Raksha presence within the manse may destabilize it enough that it would no longer be produced. If a solution was found to remove the more troublesome aspects of the manse while maintaining its ability to sustain the livelihoods of the people of this region, I would very gladly help you do so. I simply have not had the time, nor particularly the interest, to go poking that nest of hornets on my own. And that is basically her response: "Is yeah, that give me a good idea and I'll help, but I don't really want to mess with that right now."
Understandable.
Okay, old man. You get a
Yes.
sealed reply. Would you like me to send that to you in private?
Old
or
man does not actually even open it.
does anyone else open it when old man casts it aside?
That's up to them.
I'm
Wait,
asking.
you wrote a letter and you're not going to check it?
Yes. Old man didn't care about a response.
Obsidian's not going to open the letter.
Anybody else?
I'm looking at the letter I was given. I'm not going to worry about what he does.
I'll pick up the letter.
It feels like it's a very light parchment. Whatever response was sent was short.
I give old man a look like,
Yeah.
do you mind, or
Old man gives
Mind
you
if
a
I peek?
shrug.
All right. You open the letter.
Shut up. No, you shut up.
On it is only a single, not a single, a pair of sentences. Excellent unbending oak is in that wild pocket. I trust you know what to do with that information.
I sort of shrug, close it, and toss it to the ground near old man.
Old man does not pick it up.
All right. Then, Crumb,
Yo.
your questions were about both the local politics and the wild pocket, if I remember correctly, yes?
For the most part, yes.
All right, so first information is generally the kind of gist I gave earlier about the general political situation with a couple of addenda. First additional information about the Empire of the Bronze Axe is that Hateful Eyes is currently living in absolute paranoia of being attacked either over the cliff by the God's Breath River because they're dragon bloods, who knows what kind of supernatural shit they can do, or otherwise being moved against by the Jade Orchid Prefecture, which is also, again, run by a dragon blooded. Hateful Eyes, being a mortal, is very afraid of the situation that he now faces himself in. Very much was not fully considering the geopolitics of what he was going to do and how that would be predisposing people against him. The God's Breath River is currently mostly preoccupied with the Lunars over to the west. It appears that Bismuth Maw has made a bit of sport out of harassing and otherwise sabotaging the God's Breath River's outlying provinces.
Teeth.
this fortress right here is actually a relatively new development on the main road into the territory, because that is, the main road. They can come in from the forests along the sides, but the main point of access is now heavily fortified because of the harassment from Teeth.
Unsheath your blade, coward.
Mhm. It's unclear exactly why, beyond Lunar, there's this level of harassment, but yeah. Meanwhile, the Jade Orchid Prefecture is, again, as mentioned, kind of run as a miniature model of the realm. A large amount of distaste comes out from the letter for the prefect of House Sinus that runs it. Very much the idea of it was a spoiled brat who did not want to go through realm politics, and so short-circuited it to go find a bunch of mortals to lord over, and is better at playing politics than most people in this area, but is not nearly as good at it as they think they are. Meanwhile, the information about the Wild Pocket is that information was found. Let me rephrase that and restart that. The Wild Pocket started about 2.5 months ago at this point, and shortly after it was first created, both Koi and Bismuth Maw, out of a rare appearance of cooperation with anybody else in the realm, or appearance at all, both were willing to come out and seal it in place. Bismuth Maw's apparent first evaluation of the Wild Pocket was that it would require some sort of major working to permanently get rid of, and promised that he would be working on that, but the actual follow through on that has been mysteriously absent, and Koi is beginning to get suspicious that either he was lying about that or something has gone wrong. In addition, there was a report that a traveling sorcerer had been going through town shortly before things went to shit.
Interesting.
So, yeah, that is the letters of response from Koi.
And that includes the stuff because we also had questions about these two areas.
Which ones? Right. The geysers. The cave. She says. The cave is actually very, very kind of tersely addressed. It's clear that I don't even have to make a read intentions roll. She knows more than she's telling you, and she's just kind of avoiding it. It's like the cave is a currently awkward political situation for the Fallen River Valley, and I will leave it at that. The geysers, meanwhile, she says the closest thing she would believe is possibly the remnants of the original mercenary company that the Empire of the Bronze Axe displaced, has been reported to still have some members who are under its banner that have been migrating around the region to avoid retaliation. She would not be surprised if they settled down in one of the most inhospitable parts of the area to avoid retaliation.
Okay. Okay, I will relay all that information to the group.
Oh, and you did also ask. Did you also ask about the village outside the prefecture?
That was one of the many things I was asked about. Yes.
Right. Yeah. No, I just was keeping track in my head of all the things that were asked. That specifically.
What about Fifth Town?
Yeah, Fifth Town. Go back to my notes to get the names.
You got a north, south, east, west, center, and fourth meal.
That is a town that has violently, and in the true sense of the word violently, rejected the prefect's offering of uniting the entire Graston Hilllands around that area, and is being led by a figure only known as the Dragon Slaying Burr.
Okay. There's an opportunity there. Does anyone have anything they want to send back to her?
I would hand you the letter that I dictated out loud.
Yeah.
Pose already has pre-prepared on like little kind of glossy wood tiles carved into it, just the earth abides.
I will send her a letter that she would understand what we're talking about in case somehow this letter gets intercepted in some way. Someone sees a pigeon and says, I'm going to shoot that pigeon, and then reads it. Detailing that they should contact the swamp bandits and make sure that they are on full alert because someone might be trying something stupid. Like, pull in your talons, get ready in case someone tries something.
Okay. Any other responses or conversations in the camp before going to bed?
Nope.
All right. That would be just the end of the first day, and moving on would be the sunrise of the next morning. You are mercifully not trampled to death by a behemoth in your sleep.
Oh, at the immediate sunrise, I kick Yang awake.
Classes in session.
Yeah, Yang has been, Yang, I believe, is currently stepped away, but...
Okay, we might have to go back in time to this point when Sun comes back, but
Yeah,
class will be in session the moment he gets here.
Okay. So...
Propose definitely didn't take the opportunity to covertly read all of Yang's science notes, because why would anyone do that? That'd be terribly rude and intrusive.
Hmm.
Hi, I'm back. Sorry.
No,
That's
it's...
good. Perfect timing. I kicked you awake at dawn.
Come on. What?
It's go time.
No. No.
Come on, get up. We're going for a run.
Oh, okay.
Here, put this backpack on. It's going to be fine.
What?
There's nothing in it, but every time you whine, I'm going to put another rock in it.
No.
That's 2 rocks. 3 rocks, actually.
Why 3?
4.
Fine.
Y'all are mean.
I asked for
You
this.
want to learn, you got to learn.
If it is any condolence, Propose definitely didn't read all of your science notes while you were sleeping.
The fuck? You could have just asked.
That would be rude.
To ask to read my journal?
It would be rude to read your journal. That's why you didn't.
That's why it didn't happen.
Yeah, good thing that didn't happen.
Would have been terribly rude if that had happened.
A reminder, everybody, I have, I think, lore 5, occult 4, so I'm actually probably pretty smart. when it comes
Yeah,
to
these
this.
are really interesting notes. Propose definitely didn't lose track of time and forget to sleep that night from being engrossed with science.
You are, in fact, 1 point in a skill away for being as good as Old Man is at it naturally.
You're better at lore than I am.
It's fucked up.
Come on, Medicine Man, we're going for a run.
Okay.
Obsidian will probably never ask Yang about ghosts because he has never expressed any interest in ghosts, so he just doesn't think that Yang knows anything about ghosts.
I have a medical interest in ghosts. I guess I put on the backpack and I get up.
As you try to get up, I kick you down.
What the fuck?
The first lesson, you have to be paying attention.
Never put down your guard.
It's 6 in the morning, you fucking monster.
Yeah, I've been awake for 2.5 hours exercising.
I'm
Come on.
gonna roll dexterity. Oh, this might work.
Okay, I guess I'll make a martial arts attack against
Yeah.
it.
You will fall down again.
Yes, you really will. Yes.
The first step, stand up.
Lesson 1.
Okay, good. You're learning. Now let's go.
What the fuck am I? Alright.
Pay attention.
I can't. I just woke up.
Okay, cool. Another rock goes in the backpack.
That wasn't a complaint.
No, there's another rock right there. Looks like we're learning really hard this morning, and we go.
Science ahoy!
Repose watching in the distance. He's going to need more rocks.
Have a good run, you two.
You would actually notice I have a backpack on my back as well. It's full of rocks. Every time that you complain, I just take one rock out of my back pocket and put it in your.
Just want less rocks in
Yes,
your
that
fucking
way.
backpack.
What do you think I was doing for the past 2.5 hours? Oh, this is a good rock. Oh, this is a really good rock. And just smiling the whole time.
This is
Why
how, this is what Spanner thinks is fun. Going to find rocks.
I'm gonna go find rocks to owe
No.
my fucking little son. My
Yes,
shitty
that.
little brother.
It's less the rocks and more the ability to dunk on Yang.
You have turned to
He's
your
gotta
4
learn
brothers
really,
and
really
asked
fast.
them to do their job.
Kick my ass
To have
with
at
the
you.
exact words out of your mouth.
I thought we all agreed an ass kicking hour when we were done traveling for the whatever. I didn't specify. I deserve this.
Yeah,
That's
so
what you
it would
get.
take a while for everyone else probably to wake up and get moving. And by the time they get back, it's one of those, okay, good job. And then we immediately go into a wrestling match.
Actually, I
No
think
breakfast, nothing, just immediately into it.
Ah, shit!
I'm just standing over this wrestling match, holding both of your plates of trail waffles, just waiting for you to finish.
Oh, we're not
Truffles.
going to eat.
What do you mean we're not gonna eat?
We're not going to eat.
Will you?
The whole thing about this, as I'm like putting you into a headlock and shoving your face into the ground, the whole thing about this is you're going to be tired a lot of times when you're doing this. You're not going to be in the best shape possible. You need to know how to fight when you're exhausted, when you're about to fall over.
This is a war crime. I'm the medic.
Exactly. You're the medic. We need you to stay upright. So the faster you learn how to not die, the better.
What? No, you protect.
Just immediately shoves your face back into the dirt.
I'm sorry, I heard a lot more whining, and I can't put any more rocks on your back. You have them all, so you're going to find some rocks in the dirt.
I'll show you rocks.
Please, for the past 3 hours, I've been waiting for you to show me a rock.
Show me rock.
Is there a tree nearby?
Yes.
Here, I'll throw you into one.
I fucking dare you. Do it.
I throw him into a tree.
This is
I
not
just-
something I'm rolling for. You are immediately just fucking thrown into the trunk of a tree and wrapped around it like a fucking golf club.
Can I do something mid-flight?
Yes.
Can I use Crispy Vine to make myself swing around the tree with the backpack full of rocks, and then on the return trip try and just fucking hit him with the backpack full of rocks?
Yes, you can. Fucking dexterity. Let's call it archery for the aim and 2 die stunt.
All right. I think this is just 12 then.
Yeah.
Look around, see what
you
I was
certainly
at.
realize all the rocks are about to hit you right in the fucking face.
I will use 2 motes to boost my dodge to 6 and just move to the side.
The fact that you actually have to use motes may surprise you, but
Well,
Yang,
5 successes is my dodge and parry.
yes, but no, but at the same
Oh,
time, Yang
he's learning.
notices that literally, like, Angler is almost caught flat-footed, but then dodges to the side at the last second as you crash to the
You
ground.
did have to.
Yeah.
You did have to zoop. You didn't just get to step.
Yeah.
Mid-flight, I'm just like, I forget to like do the landing part of the grasping rope vine. Just like, haha, I made you do sit.
Yeah, you land,
Yeah,
and
I
then if you
made
look
you
back
dodge,
to where I
wait.
was, I'm no longer there. And you wait a couple seconds, and then I come down on you from about 15 feet in the air in a dive.
Can't you just let me have this, you sullen bitch?
It was cool. He did a cool thing.
Yeah, and as I'm picking you up again to put you back into the tree, it's one of those, that was very good, but you thought you'd win. Never think you're going to win in one hit.
You're a father, you should know better.
My daughters learned how to fight when they were 4. They are both better than you are. You need to learn real fast.
You are literally hung from a tree branch by the rocks, which lasts about 5 seconds before the weight of the rocks breaks the branch and you fall on your ass.
Okay, and then I grab you, pick you up, dust you off. Good first lesson. We'll do another lesson at lunchtime, and then 2 more times, and then also at evening.
Can I have the waffles?
Waffles? No, you don't get to eat right now. Besides, if you tried to eat something right now, you'd probably vomit it.
I'm gonna slip you some waffles.
Oh,
Angel.
oh, he's gonna feel super good about that when I punch him in the stomach about a half an hour from now.
Stamina integrity, please.
This is bullying from me.
You signed up for bullying, and yes.
I signed
You
up for
posted a
waterboarding.
schedule. You took application.
By the way, after watching the first 2 days, Obsidian would be adding his name to the list.
Oh man,
What
you've
is my
awakened
stamina?
You have awakened latent bullying genes inside of Obsidian Shield that he did not know he had.
Bold of you to think I'm going to bully.
Of course, I
Obsidian.
don't know to, but
As you write down your name, you notice scrawled in a very strange hand that is almost like something doesn't really know or is
Shit,
not
shit,
good
shit,
at writing on its own. Has put the words "old man" on the list.
I choose to believe that's the cat.
Ugh. All right, there's my stamina integrity.
that's
All
pretty good.
right, you actually not only don't vomit, but you also don't really feel all that hungry. Like you are beginning to adapt to the stress of what you are going through.
Hey, Angler,
Yeah.
can you actually get calories off a knuckle sandwich?
You're the doctor.
I'm going to write a medical paper on this.
Moat, why do you have a pen?
You
Well,
might
this
be
question.
feeling
Moat, do you know where the pens go?
you might be feeling a runner's high right now, or you
I-
might have a concussion.
Do you get your ass kicked on a marathon?
Nobody answer this.
Moat, when you find pens, just bring them here. This is where pens live.
Mode headbutts you in the ankle and keeps kind of wandering around the camp looking for birds.
I'm going to stumble back into my tent and get everything ready.
All right. So,
I will sidle up to Repose at that point and say, he needs to learn to think on his feet more and to stop thinking too hard at the same time. But he has promise.
I'm gonna sidle up to Spanner, point at the backpack. Hey, I'm gonna need to borrow that.
His
when
lack
my
of
turn comes up."
forethought does prevent him from overcommitting to any particular line of action.
He never knows what he's doing, so he's always ready to throw in the trash when it's not working.
When given the opportunity, I would love to do the old man teaching session.
Yeah.
I
Next
will
time we're-
hand the backpack full of rocks to
Milan.
Milan. Thank you. I was about to say Bradway, and I was like, but that's not right.
This will be a really excellent way to do like miniature character building sessions when we're tending up.
yep. So,
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, no, it's early in the morning. It only takes about probably 2 or 3 hours to ride. And the first thing you notice as you go past the part of the map that is marked Behemoth is the landscape visibly changes. There are no more high-growing trees. All of the local flora is extremely just clinging to the ground. Anything that grows above 2 or 3 feet is either just not present, or you can see occasional shrubs and stumps that are just gone, like they have been yanked clean out of the ground. Give me perception awareness notes for anybody who'd be like scouting the horizon.
One moment.
My perception awareness is pretty good, I'm pretty sure. I can't see shit.
What? Yeah, you do.
Not nearly as good as proposed, though.
No, you beat both of
That's a
us.
6 with the
Yeah,
two
that's
tens.
the 6 because of the double tens.
Dang is paying all
Oh.
the attention.
He can't see
Right.
shit, but he does get everything else about it. Like every other sense goes through him. He has a tactile feedback that's flawless and perfect.
He's just waiting for me to punch him again.
When's it gonna happen?
Okay, so Milan doesn't really see much. Milan is looking a little too close to the ground. Spanner and Repose are looking up on the whole entire horizon and notice it as a general vague shape on the horizon. What they first thought was a cloud appears to be moving against the wind. Yang is able to closely identify and zoom enhance, but with eyeballs and actually paying attention to how things are moving.
Kitchen.
It's
tip.
not a cloud. It's, for lack of a better word, something that looks like either an enormous jellyfish in the sky or a blown up whale skin that has some manner of semi-rigid legs, like leg, arm, tentacle, whatever you want to call it. It's hard to tell from this distance, tangling down from beneath it.
I'm
towards the light.
gonna point at it and look at Milan and go, "Hey, look, Slurpy boy up in the soup."
Huh?
Slurpy boy.
Oh.
Look.
Huh?
See?
Huh? Whoa. That's
What
weird.
exactly am I looking at here?
I was very explicit. Slurpy boy in the soup.
That's not a cloud.
Chat preempts me as I'm trying to shuffle my music. Thank you very much. Where is that? Yeah, I haven't gotten it quite yet. There we go.
Hmm.
There we go.
Sky whale.
Hey, you're not gonna try and kick my ass while we're on a mission, right?
Of course not.
Really?
Yes. I need you at your best. Again, you are the medic.
Right. So you're not gonna throw me in a fucking tree while we're dealing with that.
No. Immediately afterwards? Maybe. If there's no trees around, I'll just throw you into the ground twice. It'll be fine.
We need to get HR.
A what?
Hi, I'm HR.
We need to get a better HR.
Sky whale.
I mean, for what it's worth, I'm probably the character in the party that cares the most about life.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but genuinely, you're probably the most well-adjusted person in the group.
Sky
Yeah, you're not
whale
gonna
is
kick my
traveling
ass in the morning.
Towards, away, neutral.
This is, you are seeing very, very large airborne beastie on the horizon. Do you approach? Do you fondly regard? How do you deal with that?
I
Doesn't
pet the
see
cat.
us.
I choose to fondly regard.
Actually, on that note, can I pet Repose's cat?
Yeah,
If you can find
if
it.
you- yeah, I was gonna say that. If Mode is present, yeah, no, Mode is actually a very, very friendly cat to all of
Okay.
you.
I think Mo and I get along very well because I can actually find her reliably.
hmm
Anyways, yeah, what's up with the wingy lad? I'm gonna call it a bitch.
Whoa.
It is like at least 3 or 4 miles away.
Fall off your horse!
Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm going for.
Hey, Repose, tell him to fall off his horse.
Tell him yourself.
I'm not well versed in animals or what have you. Does anyone know what that is?
Oh yeah, I have a lord. Can I do a lore check?
Yeah, anybody who wants to try and roll lore to figure out what the
or
hell this is.
survival, or I will contribute a cold just to
Oh, I
feel
have
like I
more
can confirm
survival.
for
This
myself.
is a
that
this is a
not
creature
magic.
weird enough. This is a creature weird enough that a cult might give you information about it. Lore would be general information about things like this in history, and survival is what is this thing as an animal. You
Okay,
can
How
more. You
relative to
can
the
roll
other
more
thing
than.
we're rolling? Intelligence?
Yeah. and you can roll more than one of the skills. Just mention which ones you are doing.
So I could just roll 10d10 3 times in a row.
Yes.
This is the
Oh wait.
it's another one of those scenarios where Obsidian ain't got nothing on this.
What?
Beasts is one of those situations where a lot of things could help inform you.
Mm-hmm.
Whoop. Right, forgot about the thing.
1,
That's
2,
5.
3, 4, 5. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What
5
proposes
successes.
you're thinking about, wait, is that sky whale boss or just a sky whale?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Whale
you think
god?
it's the sky
No.
whale or just a sky whale?
Whale god.
Yeah, that's
Whale
important.
god?
Holy shit!
Yes.
There we go.
Hey, old man, you know what this thing is?
Alright,
Yes.
so let's see who got the
Yes.
highest on each.
Culture.
Spander got very close to Old Man's highest. Occult is almost a tie. No, wait, it is a tie between Old Man and Repose, and I'll give that one to Repose, just so Old Man doesn't do for all three.
I'll use my free willpower success to make sure that actually no, I do get all 3.
Okay, you get all 3.
I'm
You
petty,
son of a
bitch.
bitch.
Old man explains everything about the sky whale. Gather round, children.
Yes.
Old
Ah,
Man
wow.
is finally interested in something.
Old man has an opinion. What?
Yes. Not really an opinion. All of this is factual.
Okay, so lore-wise, you are looking at a creature that has been here since before the Fey invasion. This thing is old as hell. It is an open question whether or not this thing was actually born. No one really has any sightings of any other ones. It seems to be a one-of-its-kind kind of behemoth. It has just kind of floated around doing its thing for centuries, and no one... Well, few have bothered it, as the people who do bother it tend to have that end quickly and badly. And people have learned that as long as you just don't it is remarkably passive for a behemoth. As long as you are not physically harming it or actively trying to kill it, it just won't bother you. It's not interested in you. It's up in the sky. It's very disconnected from the earth. Old Man actually kind of admires it for that.
Yeah. It's pretty cool. It does a good job.
Occult. It is very clearly not any form of god or spirit. The few reports of it actually getting mad involve it being able to manipulate wind, but it is unclear whether or not that is through essence manipulation or just the fact that it is fucking gigantic and flailing around can move wind around. There have been local cults out here, and still to this day, actually fairly regular non-orthodox religious practices, because out here, who's spreading the Immaculate Faith out in the hinterlands? People do give prayers and chiminage to it, not as a way of like beseeching it for aid or trying to get it away. More as just kind of a respect for the thing. It's the local elder. It's been here for as long as your ancestors remember, and it's probably going to be here as long as your descendants will remember. And there is a tiny amount of kind of prayer to it to kind of redirect it if it floats near a farm, because survival. Oh boy, this thing is weird. Oh boy, this thing is really weird. All of those dangling legs are in fact semi-chitinous, but inside of the chitin and between the joints is completely fluid, like literally fluid, as in rainwater kind of fluid. And it uses those legs to trawl the ground looking for high-growing vegetation that it will wrap around, unroot from the ground, bring up to the sky, and eat. It is purely vegetarian. It does not eat any form of animal or any sort of carcass. No scavenging, no nothing. It is purely plant diet.
So, you described Yamatsukami from Monster Hunter.
I wasn't doing it consciously, but yes.
Mhm.
I
Uh,
like that.
It is much more close to a Netch from Morrowind, and like imagine like a Man of War, but with like chitinous limbs.
I would like to use.
Oh, is this the big moss covered one?
Yeah,
Monster
that's
Hunter?
the big moss covered starfish.
Oh yeah, that one.
But yeah, imagine that, except it's a Portuguese Man of War with like chitin on its tendrils.
Mhm.
I would like to use the charm Elemental Concentration Trance. I can make a mental attribute plus, I'm going to choose lore. Roll with a
Okay.
single bonus success. Succeeding means I may introduce a fact as though I had a lore background in facts related to the charm's elemental aspect. So in this case, air. I'm going to
Yes.
roll to introduce a fact about this.
This is the first time
jellyfish.
somebody has used the introduce a fact mechanic, and that's kind of on me for not pushing it because I really kind of love the mechanic.
It is a thing.
People
you
with
can do.
high lore or other thinky skills can roll the skill to introduce a fact as though they were the storyteller for a moment. Like they can point at that and go, I know X about this, that's a fact about it.
All right, that is
do-
7 successes.
Go ahead and say whatever the hell you want, and I technically have veto power, but I probably won't use it.
So you know how you said some people like will worship, like give like prayer to it, like, hey, don't come ruin my farm.
Yeah.
There's actually a basis for that. That thing is sentient enough that it knows how to use its big mass to control the weather, and there's been occasions where it's actually sort of pushed favorable weather towards settlements to help with farms. It's actually very benevolent.
Can I
Yeah.
introduce a fact?
Sure, go ahead.
What
You
do I
have to
roll for
roll
that?
your... It depends on what kind of fact you're trying to introduce. Most introduce a fact rolls are lore, and then it's intelligence lore.
Okay, so wait, that's really
You
good.
need a specialty related to what you're talking about. So, probably not going to be related to the Excelsi Vendetta or Court Intrigue, unless you have a way of integrating that.
I should have added like a scientist to my stuff.
Well, that's something you can do later. You also have all of your medicine specialties, if you think you want to have one.
Yeah, actually, I'm gonna tag this thing as medicine, I guess.
Okay, so yeah, intelligence medicine, and if you get a high enough roll, you can introduce a medicine-related fact that is related to one of your specialties. Yeah, that's probably good enough.
It absorbs water from the atmosphere, and it will actually secrete rain. This thing can make thunderstorms.
Yep.
Its water is very, very pure, so it's great for. It's like basically distilled water.
That thing's name is Jimbus.
Jimbus.
Yeah.
Wait, hold
That's
the
my
fuck
fact.
up.
That's Jimbus, right there.
All right, what specialty are you using to name it Jimbus?
I don't have one. I could say that's astrology. There you go.
That's
How
points,
does
at,
astrology name it Jimbus?
points at the jellyfish. That's stars.
No, because Jimbus is a there
can
is
be
a
stars.
there's a constellation that's Jimbus. I'm saying it now. There you go. That's Jimbus.
Okay, I
The
will
constellation
accept
of Jimbus is in the shape of that thing.
I will accept this only because explicitly Old Man does fucked up backwards astrology that
This
follows
is one
the
of
rules
Old
of no other
Man's
ones.
bizarro
This is one of your
constellations for
astrological
fuckers.
signs.
This is abyssal. This is
There is
abyssal
no
astrology.
part of this that I said that was intended to be taken serious. If you decide to name it Jimbus, that's entirely on you.
Jimbus.
No, that thing's Jimbus now.
Skywalker.
That's
Honestly,
canon.
no. Here's the thing. I know when a statement is made, and I can't put a genie back in the bottle. Y'all are gonna fucking call it Jimbus, whether I want it or not.
Jimbus.
Yeah. You guys hold that one.
Oh, a Gemulus Nimbus.
So, but I will say that if you are using astrology as your justification, this is the creature that is the basis of one of the astrological signs you use in your form of astrology. That is why you know so much about it.
Sure.
Jimbus is
why
your
not?
friend now.
It is in fact also short for Jimothy Nimbus.
So you worship this sweaty sky.
I would never worship it. That is entirely wrong.
I use it to tell the future.
I
you do
do
it?
that sometimes.
Interesting. I crack open my notes.
I also use it to tell the past.
Do you believe in spiromancy?
Of course I don't.
Okay. Interesting.
Awareness of omens here. Not great. Which direction is Jimbus moving right now?
Jimbus is.
I want to think about the relevance of emotions of Jimbus.
Jimbus is just kind of holding steady.
A stable
Center.
Jimbus.
Oh, wait, they only do that when they're in trouble.
Central
Something wrong with
Jimbus.
Jimbus?
Stop laughing. Nobody does that when it's scary.
There's nothing funny about Jimbus. What are you fucking laughing about? It's very serious.
Yeah, it might have found a nice patch of plants to eat, or maybe it's just vibing. You don't know. It's just kind of hanging around. It's avoiding wind carrying it around. It's deliberately staying in one place.
Is this the behemoth we were told about?
Yes.
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 Oh,
It is vaguely, it's not too much of a detour. Let's just approach Jimbus. And then
Yeah, let's go talk to
de-approach
Jimbus.
Jimbus.
All right. So yeah, you just take your 3-mile detour to get much closer to it. At which point, the sheer fucking magnitude of this thing is becoming more and more apparent as you approach, and it just looms higher and higher and higher in the sky. And you're realizing as you're approaching, oh, that the main body of this is literally in the clouds, and it has legs that go all the way down to the ground. This thing is fucking immense. This is almost a fucking natural, like a natural landmark more than
Wow. Cool.
We're living at more or less a living mountain.
Mm-hmm.
Which means old man's way into it.
I'm gonna crack open an encyclopedia since I know its name. What does this thing eat, if anything? Can I feed it?
It's all basically plant life of all kinds.
Yeah, I mentioned the reason that all the plant life in this area is so scrubby and low to the ground is that it basically anything that it can get a good grip on that is above the ground, it will just rip out of the ground and eat.
It has been grazing on trees.
It loves trees. There is currently a very small light shower coming from out beneath it that is falling on the ground below it. Maybe it's irrigating the place. Maybe it's watering its food.
Get
Oh,
out,
this might be like a kinder forest fire. I'm gonna take some of the water.
Yeah, collect some of that good Jimbus water.
You are able to weave through the gargantuan dangling, kind of unsettlingly like
shit.
non-Newtonian spider legs.
I want to
Hey.
use my rasping rope vine to just do this as extra early as possible.
All right. Yeah, go on. Describe so.
Okay, I just I just basically get really heavy anchors and put them in like the pillars of water, or just wrap them around, and I keep doing like flips and just like they're mid flip while I'm in the air. I take out like a chemistry set, collect some water, do the thinking emoji face, take some notes, and then do another grasping rope vine.
Specifically the thinking emoji face.
Repose
All
just
right,
sets
roll-
up a funnel on the ground like a sensible person, waits a while for water to collect, and puts away the funnel.
Roll me dexterity plus dodge, 1 die stunt, Sana.
I mean, that's a big number, you know that, right?
I do, but I'm also asking you for a reason. Okay, you are lucky enough that you are able to let yourself go from the spring-loaded rope. Hey, you just put plant matter into the hands of things that eat plant. So you launch yourself, luckily, before it begins to withdraw the arms at a horrifyingly quick rate up to its mouth several miles in the sky. And do your whole thing safely.
Whoa. I'm gonna take extra notes on that. That's rad. This is why you act like an asshole. Extra science falls out of the tree sometimes.
Yeah, it is. You can actually watch the limbs that you tied your plant matter to disappear into the kind of cloud cover where its mouth probably is, and then go back down with the plant matter gone.
Huh, I just
There
gave Jimbus a
is
snack.
a deep rumbling sound of thank you.
Yeah, no, it seems to actually appreciate surprise food.
Nice.
Surprise food.
I'm gonna
Best
do
kind
that a
of
few
food.
more times as like sustain. Like now that I know it's gonna be eaten, I'm gonna just give him some treats. Up until my moat pool is basically about to empty out, like until I can safely land with grasping rope vine.
Okay. You definitely have this thing's attention at this point as it is lowering down below cloud cover, and you are able to just barely see through basically the way the light is playing off the underside of it. It is literally ringed with what on its body look tiny, but to the actual human scope is probably around human head sized featureless black eyes. Kind of like the eyes that ring the lips of a mussel or a shellfish.
Mhm.
And They are definitely all looking down at you, and it's not making any moves or like anything towards you. It was just kind of stooping
Wow.
down a little bit to get a look at you, just like, huh? I didn't know they could do that. Is almost the
Yo!
experience you can get.
Yo, look how cool this is! And I start like just drawing a million sketches of this, like, and just say like, man, you look cool as hell.
Jimbus has acknowledged Yang.
Sorry, I zoned out for a second here. When
Yang,
did Beneath become the mouthpiece of Jimbus?
Venif was the first one to introduce effect, I guess.
Okay.
I'm just having fun.
This is
No, I legitimately thought
This is
that.
really cute.
I thought I missed like a plot line, and Jimbus was speaking through Beneath.
no, that's not happening right now.
No,
And actually, if you're blowing like your entire moat pool on giving this thing snacks, it actually extends one of the colossal, like, giant tree-sized chitinous limbs gently, like, imagine trying to maneuver your own finger close to, but not squishing, like a mite. And it's roughly that level of dexterity is going on as it's trying to kind of maneuver something close to you without bowling you over.
Oh, thank you.
And
Oh, it's petting me.
the chitin, you notice, is now actually like has a waterfall of the fluid that is directly making up its limbs coming down it.
Ooh, yeah, hell yeah. I'm gonna
Exchange
draw
of
this.
snack.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna do so much science with this. Thank you.
You are able to get, let's call it 5 bottles of Jimbus fluid.
My library grows.
Powerful alchemic
Nope.
reagent.
Nope. Don't like the sound of that.
I have water from the source.
Please,
I have
it's generally
Jimbus fluid.
referred-
I have
It's
so many
generally-
acids.
It's generally referred to as Jimbus juice.
Jimbus juice.
God
Thank you.
damn it! Trad
Yeah.
got it at the same time!
Jimbus juice. It's Jimbus juice. You're right.
Alright, Jimbus juice. You have 5 bottles of Jimbus juice.
With like big starry eyes, I'm gonna wave thank you to Jimbus.
Yeah, it blooms back up towards cloud cover and seems to just go back to vibing.
See, I made a friend. I told you.
you did.
Job done. Taking that off the list. All right, now to go kick someone's ass.
Isn't it still Banner's Day?
Yeah, this is still Spanner's Day to kick your ass.
Did you spend all your
Ah.
motes?
Oh fuck.
Spanner is actually, if you said this out loud, I was just staring at Obsidian like, why? Why? 5 minutes from now, I was going to put him in the dirt. Now you got him all riled up again.
Ah,
Put the
fuck.
fear in him.
Whatever. Let's see how my ass getting full kicked feels like. It's gonna happen eventually in combat.
Now he knows it's coming.
Have you been scratched in combat yet?
No.
Yeah,
Sure
well, like,
is.
legitimately says this to Spanner of, no, now he knows something is coming. He's on edge.
There is
No,
a chapter
yeah.
in the Book of War that
point
says,
is he
don't
needs to
spend all
learn."
your mana at once on stupid bullshit.
Hey, making friends is not stupid bullshit. I accept my entire ass being handed to me for this.
Actually, and at this point, if people are chatting, I wasn't going to do anything to you because you're relying on us to keep you safe after doing something very gentle. There's nothing wrong with that.
I don't trust you.
You shouldn't, but at this point in time, I do actually promise I will not do anything to you.
Adults lie.
You could
Especially-
do a read intentions roll to see if I'm telling the truth or not.
No, I'm just gonna start it off with my Jimbus juice. I'm in my teenager mood, sorry.
Propose has general purpose.
Remember, Yang is barely 20 years
Yeah,
old.
Yang is like still mentally
Dang his
19.
baby.
Okay, good to know.
Propose has general purpose prayers to the 5 dragons out of acknowledgement of the perplexing beauty and majesty of nature that is before us here. Gaia thought of this.
Gaia had an idea and she followed through.
Sometimes Gaia just does a one-off instead of an entire species, and this is what you get. It's fucking wild.
Old man,
Yes.
how powerful of a being is that mentally?
Mentally.
Old
well,
man,
in some respects, it's much more intelligent than all of us.
Because if I was trying to think of something that's the most powerful being in an area, I might look at that. And then if I'm an evil bastard, I might think, how can I turn that to my advantage?
It's certainly possible, I suppose.
Yeah. Just something.
With a little bit of effort, you could use anything to anyone's advantage, you see. And that is a tragedy.
Yeah, but that's an awful big tragedy waiting to happen right there. I'm guessing more and more now that I've seen what Yang did, that the locals probably love that thing. And that would be one of the fastest ways to get everyone terrified, is to go after that sucker.
The Garula of the skies.
Kind and gentle for children.
Yep.
Jimbus.
Kind of what I was going for when I introduced the fact.
That seems
I knew it.
relatively likely. But you'd have to be quite powerful to subvert this gentle sky whale's efforts against anything. And really, I don't know of anything that could.
Good.
I don't believe that Red Glove Man, well, whatever his name was, I don't think that he would.
Red Glove Man.
Yeah,
Close
I don't-
enough.
I don't believe that he is capable of doing that.
Okay. Thank you.
I suppose he could, but I mean, I've seen a spell that
Nope,
he
you
was
could have
able to
stopped where
cast.
you were
and-
ahead. I was really happy with where we were 5 seconds ago.
Well, listen, no, hold on. I'm saying it's extremely unlikely, because that's a very powerful spell that he can cast. There's not really that many... He spent a whole lot of effort on casting that one spell, I'm pretty sure, frequently and actively. It's likely the
Huh?
50 or 60% of all he can do. That's
Wait, what?
most of his entire jam, I believe. I believe he's so specialized that I don't think that he could maybe kill it. I think he's probably capable of killing it. But I
Have
don't
such
think he
power
could...
imbued into an object rather than being invoked on demand through the usual arts would demand remarkable commitment of energy to maintain.
Exactly.
Who are we talking about?
I do believe Red Glove
Red
Man would
Hand.
be able to kill Jimbus here, but that's about
Beams.
it. I do not
Oh,
believe that he
right.
could be circumvented.
Big boy, right.
Sephiroth.
He's Golbez. He's much more Golbez.
X-Death, Golbat, one of them. Anyway. Alright,
That's it.
thank you. Just
Stay
an idle
safe,
thought that
Jimbus.
popped in my head.
And with that, the travel continues.
Back on the road.
Now, would you be approaching Exile Village first, or would you be approaching Jade Orchid first?
Outsider village first.
Yeah.
I would propose. Because if we go to
Just-
Outsider Village and they don't like us and attack us, then we flee into the prefecture and we already have a positive prefense of, yeah, we don't like
Oh.
them either.
Ooh, I have an idea.
Go on.
I am an assassin. I can just break in there and see what the vibe's like.
You could sneak in. Yeah.
I'm fairly certain that they have outriders, and they're going to see us coming long before we could see them coming.
You are a group of at least like 15 people.
Yeah, there's not that much cover, is there?
It is like scrubland. So not
So
really.
what does Yang turn into?
What does Yang turn into? I'm gonna put the thing on.
Yang turns into a low-lying scrub, just a bush.
And
mean,
then
that would work.
Jimbus's hand comes down.
Crunch.
Oh no! And that's
Then
how
it
Yang
becomes a
dies.
tasty snack.
At least it's Jimbus eating me.
You know, there's worse ways to go.
You look up, it is a mouth. Except this time it is.
Do you think they would fall for this?
What about
What?
tumbleweed?
Are you-
What about a tumbleweed, actually? Huh?
You don't get to pick what this does. It does it on its
It
own.
is decided scrub.
Well,
For
there's
now.
one thing I can choose to be, but none of them know what that is.
Imagine tumbleweed.
All right, so roll me your dexterity plus stealth plus the bonus from your cloak.
So
He's going in?
I mean, I guess, yeah.
Oh, okay.
If Yang wants to. I didn't know if this was like Yang saying yes or no.
Is
I
Yang
love
doing
it.
this to avoid whoever third martial arts instructor is going to be?
Yeah, I'm peeling away from the group because I don't trust the you motherfuckers anymore. 4 plus
He's learning.
Who is next on the
martial
list?
stealth plus what? Did you say?
Next
think
on the
that-
list would be you.
Me?
I thought it was Vinny.
No, yeah, it was
Oh,
gonna
no,
be
no, it would be Milan, then Old Man, then, yeah.
And Obsidian. What was I rolling? again?
Obsidian would come at the nicest person comes at the end of the list.
Yes, and it is dexterity, stealth, plus 3.
So 9 plus 3, okay. 12. Wow,
Oh my god.
pretty good.
The only thing that can come to my mind right now is the fucking Homestar Runner joke of just bush, leaves, branches. Yeah, that's fucking 11 successes. You are
You are the bush.
bush. You are bush so well that you are able to move in plain sight of people, and they just think it is, oh, the bushes are moving. There's like a critter in there. There's a Rhyton or something. No, it's the bush moving, but they just can't see it because you're just too fucking
You are so
slick.
convincingly a bush that other bushes get out of your way out of respect.
Oh shit, am I in your way? Sorry.
Just, oh, hey.
Good luck, man.
So yeah, I guess I'll just kind of do circles around the village perimeter. Just are they like?
Yeah, no, you're actually able to get like almost in the perimeter. Like you can't be a bush where it is clearly there has never been a bush in this road for the past
Yeah.
years, but you can get right up to like the buildings and all the local, like exactly to where the vegetation stops, and just kind of circle around. First thing that strikes you is that for being a dissident village on the outside of a political structure, there's not much fortification, like at all. Like
Huh.
there isn't even like palisades or anything. It's just open.
What would
It's-
Yakuman do in this situation?
Oh
That's-
no.
Oh god. Yeah, that is a question that you would answer. But
Yeah,
in the
he's a-
meantime,
Oh, yeah, and is now everyone else cluing in on what I immediately realized he was going to do? Yeah, cool stuff. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
as you are circling, it just seems like any other. In this neck of the woods, it would be a large village, even though by modern standards it would be small to medium. Just large congregation of people going about their business, having their lives. It's about probably 3 or 4 in the afternoon now, so people are just going around.
People just seem like they're having a nice
Looks
time
like-
going about their
It looks
business.
looks like today is actually one of the market days, so there are farmers from the outlying regions that apparently either don't deal with the Jade Orchid Prefecture or deal with both sides, who are selling in the central square right
Do
now.
people seem at ease in general?
Yeah, they seem rather unworried.
I'm gonna skulk back to the hearth then. I'm gonna try and sneak up on Angler actually.
All right, that's going to be a separate stealth roll. You're not keeping that 11 successes.
A mere 4.
All right, Angler can roll to oppose that.
1 sec. I'm going to spend a willpower to see him. Because I'm actually looking for him.
Okay, yeah, you see a bush, like, kind of bobbing up and down as it comes across the ground towards you. Just kind of like prop hunt sliding across the ground.
T-posing across the ground.
Okay, I'm going to let the bush get within about, I don't know, 15, 20 feet. And then ever so calmly look over to Vanif and say, check this out.
I'm gonna try and fucking grab him from the bush and be like, ah!
I jump 10 feet up in the air
What the fuck?
and come right back down on top of you.
Wait, where the hell did Angler?
Using the charm, I'm just going to pull this one up here real quick. Swift Talon Strike.
Oh god, you bastard.
Yeah. And
Falcon
instead of
style.
actually like punching you or anything like that,
Wolfang fist.
I grab you and then just roll right into a headlock and put you into the ground again and say, "Hey, that was pretty good.
Ah.
Hey, guess what time it is?"
The village looks pretty cool. It's safe in there. They don't seem like they're being oppressed. It's time to have my ass kicked.
No, actually, it's time for you to tell us all the information about this.
That's all I know.
Oh, okay. What time of the day is it?
About 3 or 4 in the afternoon, as I said.
Okay, so can I get out of the headlock now?
Oh, absolutely.
No.
I'll stand him up, brush him off.
You gonna throw me into a tree again or
I
something?
immediately throw him into a tree.
No!
No.
Why?
Because you asked for it.
I didn't ask you to throw. I asked you to kick my ass, not have nature kick my ass for you. You coward.
We are nature.
Good point. That's a good point.
Speaking of nature, since you're in a tree, you are made of tree. Why are you not using what you are made of to fight me?
How the hell would I use a tree to fight you?
I meant you use what you are to fight me.
I am.
All right, let me try this again. What happens when you start really focusing all your energy? What do you do?
Turn it. Surgery.
Yeah, but what happens to your skin? What do you do when you're starting to do a lot of stuff? I'm asking him what happens when your anima flares is pretty much what I'm
get
saying.
sweaty? What are you
Yeah.
doing?
Are you sweating?
When you are very dangerous when you get worked up. If you're in a fight, get worked up. You're going to hurt anything around you that's trying to hurt you.
Get mad.
Now, normally this would be common knowledge, but for Yang, whenever his anima flares up, he just kind of gets bishy sparkles. So he probably just assumes it can't hurt anyone.
Yang has actually probably never been in a combat situation where
Yang
he's
hasn't
poisoned
been
somebody with the
in
pollen.
close combat.
What the fuck do you mean that would do it? It's just spores.
All right, that's it. Hold on, come down here.
I can't. You wrap me in this fucking tree.
All right, hold on. I kick the tree and knock him down.
Ugh.
All right, I want you to get whatever you need to do, whether you're going to try to heal yourself or whatever. Use as much as you can. Get angry, get mad, get active.
You can also deliberately flare your
Yeah,
anima. That's a thing
I'm
you can
saying
do.
like
Have I
use your energy.
recovered from feeding the tall boy?
You have enough to flare your anima deliberately, and you probably would have gotten halfway there just feeding the damn thing. And I didn't think about that, but
Ugh. Okay, I'm just gonna start thinking about. I don't want anything. Is the problem?
So he's just sitting there thinking. You're just sitting there thinking, right?
Yeah.
I punch him in the face.
What the fuck?
Get mad. Stop thinking. Just do it.
I start thinking about suplexing Angler.
all right. Start boiling off at moats, thinking about it. Thinking about the times you've gotten your ass kicked.
I yell over from the side, hey, think about how your fucking clan that kidnapped you for like 10 years fucked over the only family that you have, and they are now stuck and living in a swamp.
Ooh. No, I forgot about that.
Boom! Spores immediately start to cascade up from Yang like he's in a wind tunnel.
Yeah. I throw him a rock to hold on to and say, look at the rock and see what happens.
Okay. I look at the rock.
What is expected? Like, are you imagining this is going to be affecting the rock?
Yeah, because
Just looking to demonstrate the base damage over time that happens from
if I remember right, wood element does aggravated damage to everything around it.
No, it causes poison.
It poisons.
Wood's additional thing is poison.
Wood
I'm
is
taking
poison.
Tui. In that case, I'll just stand within his aura so you can see what happens to people.
All auras
Actually,
do cause damage.
None of your auras affect each other. However, this is a twofold thing, because one, animal banner flares are violent by their nature in one way or another. And also, the poison is much more easily demonstrated by, hey, Yang, you look around at the bushes around you, they're like literally dying and fast forward. They're like, their leaves are turning black and falling off.
I see things die around me and immediately stop being mad. Like, I don't want to hurt. They're just bushes.
That stop your aura. It doesn't turn off.
I look very upset then.
Okay.
I got really mad, and then all of a sudden, oh wait, I thought about the consequences, and now I'm sad instead.
Oh no, I killed grass. What have I done?
He's learning.
It was just vibing. It didn't do anything wrong.
He's learning.
I will quickly move him to an area. Taking the poison, I don't really mind if I take the poison damage. I know that he'll be able to help me with this later.
Actually,
You're
Sworn
not
Hearth
taking
mates-
damage.
Sworn Hearthmates are immune to each other's aura.
Fantastic. I'll grab him anyway and move him to a spot that's in the open, not near lots of other trees and bushes and what have you.
There's a relatively bare patch of ground that is not going to get a lot of poison stuff.
This is what I'm talking about. When you get mad, when you really start to think about this kind of stuff and get focused, you hurt anything around you. If someone tries to hurt you, you don't have to punch them in the face to fight back. You just need to be able to get to this state.
Yang looks down at the rock in his hand and notices that the spores that he thought were harmless, sparkly things are literally burrowing into it and starting to crack it open.
Huh. That's weird. Why would I want to do this?
And
Why
one
would I-
way or another. But you have a way to protect yourself. You just didn't know it.
This feels irresponsible, though.
Whether it is or not, you have a lot more in you than you think. I'm being rough on you because I want you to see that you can take it and you can dish it out. If I was anyone else besides your friend and I like grab him by the front of his robes or whatever, doing this, my skin would be starting to fall off just by doing this.
I mean, like, it's cool, but like any baby could just wander in here and then get super poisoned. I feel like
Yeah.
I should do this.
Yeah, that's right. Only do this in a place that you need to protect yourself. But at the same time, I don't think there's going to be a baby on a battlefield that we're in.
We're just in the forest, outside of town.
I meant if we get in a real fight.
Yeah, I guess.
We practice. Oh boy, we practice for the real thing. God, I'm such a dad right now.
Wait, so every time I get into a fight, someone's gonna try and throw me into a tree.
A tree, a rock, the ground. They might not even try to throw you. They might try to, and I point over at Obsidian. They might try to hit you with something like that. But if they're close to you, it's going to hurt them.
You're saying you have natural defenses, that you don't have to worry so much about being able to wrestle people. We all have this. Do you remember how I turn on fire and become blackened?
Yeah, but then you start brush fires. It just feels bad.
It does. But you have to learn, like, all right, I just go and stand for an hour where I'm not going to hurt anybody. And it only happens when we get into fights.
Yeah, I guess. I'm just worried about my poison being carried on the wind or something.
Oh, no,
You
no.
actually are able. Yang is actually able to watch the wind. Your anima is sticking close to you. It is like clinging to you. It is a localized thing.
I guess Yang has been unconsciously not uncomfortable with having an aura, or not comfortable.
I mean, yeah, like
I mean,
Yang
it's
has
good.
probably.
That's
Also-
actually, yeah, one of the reasons why I was doing this is because I've never seen him flare and I wanted to see what happened.
Also, Yang, as he's thinking about this, Yang has been raised as an assassin. Yang has been told never be obvious.
That's a good point.
Like this is the fail state your family taught you. Is if you're glowing like this, you fucked up because you clearly are attempting to kill someone.
I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna close my eyes and just sort of think about, like, probably what the chemical compounds of the poison I'm generating are. I wonder if I can gradually change into something else, like just by mindfulness.
Roll me intelligence occult.
That'd be like 9.
I believe so. Okay. You're not sure? That feels like something that might be possible, but that would be something to do over a very long term, and it would require a lot of work and probably the help of a wizard.
Also, mechanics-wise, Angler is perhaps overselling how dangerous wood anima flux is. It's an initiative damage poison, so it's like a sedative or other,
Yes.
mind-affecting and disorienting, but not directly murderous of the flesh substance.
I must be thinking of 2E, because I think in 2E, I think wood was a little bit more lethal.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Then
Sorry about
honestly, then a slight retcon is the plants did not immediately die so much as they kind of shriveled back.
I
like
guess
they had a bad weather condition.
How about this? Like, an animal of some sort like runs past them and just kind of like
A Rykon is walking by looking for a snack and just fucking goes and falls over, but not dead. Just kind of like whoa, bonk.
Just wiggling.
You have a neurotoxin. Oh no, that's not right. That's not the right term at all.
There
Yeah,
are non-dangerous neurotoxins.
Yeah.
I have
that do
I have a
that.
weed aura, basically. It's not really that.
Yeah, okay, new cannon we are.
Fucking death. The power of the wood anima is finally finding the LD50 for marijuana.
Well, I'll figure out a way to use this constructively.
Have any villagers taken notice of? Oh, hey, there's a dragon blooded out here flaring
There's a
their
pillar
anima.
of light going up into the sky. Yeah,
why
no,
did-
you've noticed that
Why
there's a
did a
group of
big-ass
people.
anima flare just happen?
I imagine I am smoothing things over.
Yeah,
with anyone
no.
who's come to
Milan,
investigate.
if you want to go over and just roll me manipulation socialized, to,
Why
like
are we doing this outside the gatehouse, Dad?
I see you have asked Milan to roll manipulation.
mm-hmm.
I'm going to use my specialty of awkward small talk to first ingratiate myself,
Forgot you had that.
and I'll spend a willpower to bump that up to 3.
Okay. You don't immediately have an angry mob at the gate expecting a fight, but you certainly have a lot of people who are very confused as to what's going on.
Someone's
Gonna
getting a
offer
life
up.
lesson.
8 dice of manipulation presence and my de-escalation spec that while people are seeing this, sudden drastic emission of essence, there is also nearby clearly a priestman who seems very relaxed and thoughtful and thinks that this is normal.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and roll
The
that
monk
with
is
one
not
die.
alarmed by this. It probably isn't demons.
You can add a 1 die stunt to that, although you don't need it. Jesus.
See, now you're
Seven.
making me want to also roll.
7.
7.
Don't
Old
need
man,
to-
if old man wants to actively go in and meddle, go ahead.
This is
Nah, it's good. It's fine.
Propose is now
An
largely
answer to-
finished the portable altar and has like a little sign set up attached to it. It's just just kind of generic thing you would expect to see at a shrine. Just labeling it appropriately. But he is set up there and he is watching at an appropriate distance. Yang just kind of having his moment.
Since Yang said, why did we do it so close to the gatehouse, Dad? Well, son, we did it close to the gatehouse because you came back trying to wrestle with me rather than saying shit's real, so I figured they were okay.
Look, I don't know if it's some sort of trait you acquire when you have children, but you don't have to bring everything into a life lesson, you nerd. But yeah, they seem pretty chill.
Meanwhile, over at me, it's like, yeah, he's learning a life lesson about responsibility.
They seem almost unsettlingly okay with that. Like, they immediately accept that as like, oh, okay.
So,
As if they have heard something like that before.
So how's the Jimbus weather?
The what?
I point in the direction of the
Only
behemoth.
old man calls it Chimpus.
Literally
I know.
only old man calls
I
it
know.
Jupiter.
So how's the behemoth weather?
Oh, it hasn't drifted up here for a while. It usually likes to go over to the lowlands.
Nice. Read any good books?
They stare.
Awkward small talk.
Like, if you had to guess after asking that, maybe one person in this group you're talking to can read it all.
Right. Sorry.
Oops,
My,
right.
my
Propose
apologies.
kind of slides in from the edge of the frame with like glacial
Kind of stone on stone grinding.
serenity, just grinds in, saying nothing, but is there. Head bowed, thoughtful monk pose.
Several of the villagers bow their heads respectively. Some of them kind of look a little suspicious and are clearly proposes have been at this enough to recognize the look of, are you a cop? As they're looking for visible, immaculate trappings, but don't see any on you. So they relax a little bit, but are still a little on edge.
How do I turn this? How do I?
Go wait an hour.
What do you mean, wait an hour?
It's the only way to do it. Sorry.
Yeah, it takes about an hour to calm down.
I don't want to drug anyone. I'm just, you know what? I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go analyze Jinda's juice.
All right.
You all the fun time and whatever that is.
As he's walking away, now that I've, gotten a little bit through to you, maybe, possibly, I will just teach you the next time we do this how to get out of holds, how to deal with people like me who have trained this a long time. And I promise I won't wake you up at the crack of dawn again.
I will kick your ass one of these days.
No, you won't, but it's nice of you to try.
I will kick your ass one of these days.
Just keep thinking that.
It's a goal. Don't discourage him.
He's got to learn. He's got to learn that he needs to have goals that are reasonable.
You're gonna learn.
Is that what I yell when I wake up in the morning? Learning! Bam!
You're going to learn today.
All right, so
Sliding on into town, just passing through.
okay, so one moment, please. Roll me wits socialize as you're walking through town for Obsidian Shield, specifically.
Let's socialize.
Yeah.
Okay.
You seem like you'd be good at that.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Hold up, I'm trying to find the right window. Obsidian's been very passive this session.
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, fuck.
Okay. As you're walking through town, you get a very reserved and hesitant sort of welcome feeling. The fact that you are not overtly up to shit, and also you're carrying yourself with a lot of confidence, is keeping people kind of reserved and away from you and watching you. It is abundantly clear that they are not entirely comfortable with one, let alone 5, possibly 6 dragon-blooded walking into their village out of nowhere, but they're not making a scene out of it. They're more watching you very intently, like, what are you doing here? What do you do? What the fuck? It is a sort of neutral but tense. And honestly, with 5 successes, your best bet is that they're probably wondering whether or not you're with the prefecture.
I
Feel if we just compose ourselves and
If we just want to
Be
kind
calm.
of split up and relax.
Yeah, just go about town and propose what you're doing at the time, or what you go looking for, who you go talk to.
First up,
Milan?
local graveyard.
Milan is going to go pick up supplies because I've kind of decided offhand that Milan's the team cook.
Okay, yeah.
Old
There's
man
a
goes.
farmer's market going on right now. The end of winter harvest they're going through the last of the surplus winter harvest that was sold to the merchants. and it is still, good. And most of it is sturdy enough.
As I'm buying stuff, I'm not like using any outrageous currency. I'm using what one would expect.
Yeah, silver, probably.
Yeah, silver.
Am I still outside the town?
Local silver.
Like,
Hacks
how
of
long is it?
silver, even.
I'm not going to leave you out of the narrative for too
Well,
long. So basically,
no.
you get enough time that once you analyze Jimbus, you can just come back in and start wandering around.
Yeah, the thing I'm just gonna be doing is looking for crime. There's probably none here.
I will just say up front without a roll, there is no Yakuman provoking levels of shenanigans going on.
Yeah,
in
I don't
here.
actually want to do Yakuman segment, but Yang would be looking just to be like, is everything on the level?
Yeah,
I'd go to the local, because is there any sort of market here? There's got to be some place where people exchange goods.
there's a central farmers market where Milan is right now, actually.
Yeah, I'd go there with Milan, and I guess to just get general. The one question on my mind, I'd say, walk up to somebody, this man who is selling some dried meat, and say, damn, how do I actually open this conversation? This is always the hardest thing for me. Like in any context, is jumping into something with nothing.
Yeah, no, I get you on that. Believe me.
I guess I just lean in and just looking at his wares, I'm like, oh, this is it's all pretty good. Where do you do your hunting?
Oh, just he just gestures out into the rolling scrublands. There's more foxes and stuff out there than you would expect. A couple of woodchuck, small, kind of hardy things. Nothing real big. Nothing really survives too big off the. It's a tough land, but you can get enough meat to preserve.
And you're generally allowed to just go out and do as you wish, no problem. I guess just curious, what with you living so close to the Jade Orchid, Orchard or Orchid? Orchid.
The man kind of looks at you. Give me a read intentions.
Okay. I'm actually going to also use my again, another thing of Exalted that I'm not familiar with. Am I allowed to know how hard this reintention is going into it?
I think by default, yes. This is a guile of 3.
Okay. That's fine. I'll just spend 4 motes to.
Mm-hmm.
Let me double check, read what this charm does. I need to know what these do off the top of my head. Okay. Yes, that would do. Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to use my base buff.
Okay.
Which again, now I have to check and see what that does. Y'all, it's really hard to remember what every fucking charm does.
It's no.
That's two automatic successes. I was gonna spend 2 points.
Okay.
That should be fine. Because this is a what with socialize?
Yes.
Yeah. And on this would be like trying to defuse as soon as he started giving me a look, and it was like, oh no, nothing mean of it. I myself am a trader by profession, and I'm just trying to understand the relations between your village and the Jade Orchid in any way.
It is clear from the look that flashes across his face is that he is weighing the odds of, okay, are you a spy that is pretending to be? No, you genuinely don't know how big of a foot you just put in your mouth. Thinks about how to respond for a moment. That's not a question I'm really comfortable answering. We get by on our own. We are able to take care of ourselves, and we try to avoid any business with the prefecture.
Seeing would just me like, oh, I apologize if I walked into a faux pas. I honestly am just unclear on this area. Just recently started doing business over here and just trying to understand everything.
The merchant just kind of waves a hand. Just free advice: don't talk about the prefecture here. It's a sore topic. It's people are not particularly fond of the prefecture here.
Understood. Thank you for
And,
the information. And I toss him the payment plus like an extra silver and the meat.
okay, and he takes it, and as he's handing me the meat, a little extra free advice in exchange for that. Don't talk about us when you're in the prefecture either. Feelings mutual.
I see. And I sort of make a sign like my lips are sealed.
And then, yeah, he just kind of nods and heads you off. You're on your way. In the meantime, graveyard. You are actually politely but firmly denied access to the internal crypts. They just are like, sorry, this is private. The outdoor, like, funeral ceremony stuff doesn't really appear to have many ghosts around. Not in a suspicious way, just in a way of they're probably either in the underworld or this place has its ghosts elsewhere. And meanwhile, Angler would be going to one of just the local, longhouses, not longhouse, tea houses, etc., food, drink establishments, and sitting down and very familiar with the sensation of you are the new person in town no one has ever seen, and this is a very insular place, and every eye immediately turns to you. Like, who the fuck?
I understand. I'm just going to order a cup of tea and maybe something else along with it and just wait for someone to come over.
Mhm.
I know I look weird enough that I will attract someone's attention. Probably someone important or someone stupid enough to give me a lot of information.
Mhm. So eventually the bartender does ask, so, what brings you passing through here?
Oh, we came from the east and we're heading our way west, and we heard this town was here and wanted to stop by. We just saw all right, one of my party members calls it Jimbus. Any of you call it the behemoth that?
No.
Good. Okay, he is full of shit. Moving,
No, everyone else is just wrong.
The bartender reflexively just kind of suppresses a laugh at that.
Okay, good. The behemoth. What do you all call it?
They shrug. I just call it the behemoth. It
The
doesn't seem to
behemoth
have...
then.
Yeah, everybody locally has their own names for it. The Windfather, Rainbringer. Depends on who you're asking, really.
Okay, whatever you would call it then. We wanted to see that on the way because one of our members was really excited to see it, and you guys just happened to be on our way between where we were and where we're headed.
And where would you happen to be headed? He says with no small amount of suspicion in his voice.
Westward. We're heading up towards, and a
West.
little bit of a roundabout way, the Flying River province.
Oh, okay. He just kind of nods.
Why? Is there something wrong in this area?
It's just unusual to see Dragonbloods out this way who aren't associated with the prefecture.
Oh, no. And then he like sighs mentally because he does have his House Nellen stuff visible. It just goes, never mind. We are not associated with the prefecture in any way, shape, or form.
Good. I'm pretty sure folks around here have a good nose for that. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, we're not from here. What exactly?
How much do you actually know about this place, or were you
Very
just
little, actually. We were told about the behemoth, and we wanted to see that, and we've been told all about that there's some beef in the area between you and local people, but that's about it.
I'm sorry, my headphones had a moment. Could you repeat that, or just the
That
short
you
version?
guys had that there was beef between this town and the prefecture, and that's all we knew. We didn't know what we were walking into, but it's getting late, and we wanted to have a nice place to stop for the night.
He nods. Well, long story short, to avoid going into too many details and stories that I don't really have the place to tell. He glances at the house nil and symbols on your coat and very visibly readjusts what he was about to say.
No,
The ex-
okay.
The ex-
cool.
no, the expatriate from the center continent didn't take no very well for an answer from our village when the offer was extended to be under his auspice.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me, does this expatriate have a symbol they use?
Well, the name he signs all his letters with is Sinus.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of polishes mug while he's talking, kind of thinking to himself. Of course,
I
he
will
didn't
very
really expect.
obviously show that I'm not thrilled to hear that Sal Sinus is out here.
And as he sees that reaction, he's like, of course, he didn't particularly expect the resistance from our village to be a little more escalated than the usual.
How did you all put up with resistance? There's not that many of you, from what I've seen. You guys must have a lot more bite than I expected. I will use manipulation here, or whatever you need if you would like
this
to
is-
roll.
To get the full information out of here, this is probably a.
God, what do I even have for this?
Would this be socialize? Or would this be present? No, this would be socialize. This is you're trying to. This is manipulation socialize. You're trying to small talk this out.
Why am I doing this?
Why are you doing this? This is impressive.
You know what? I will spend a willpower to boost it to 3.
Okay. He stops and thinks for a moment. Turns out when you push a people and their gods to the breaking point, that the gods and the people have a way of pushing back.
No, he wasn't stupid enough to go after your gods, was he?
Oh, he brought his own pet immaculates in. He wanted to set up his own little principality.
Oh, no. Okay. Pet immaculates. Wait a minute. Hold on. And then I'm going to actually pull out like a little book. There's nothing particularly in the book, but information from like the Immaculate Order that I have.
Mm-hmm.
How many of them are there?
As far as I know, only the one that's worth the blood of the dragons and a whole bunch of understudies.
Of course. Okay. So we got ourselves... Oh, that's going to be fun to deal with later. All right.
But the bartender kind of looks up at you with a kind of grim smile. Turns out gods that are comfortable sitting on their asses all day get a lot more frightened when they're threatened.
Did you hear about the business down south nearby the Riftwood Trading Company? Whatever that town is that is at the crossroads there. The one that we saved.
Which business are you referring to?
The town we saved from the undead.
Oh, yeah, Claybottom.
Claybottom.
Oh,
thank you.
the news from Claybottom? Yeah. I'm just glad somebody sorted that out.
Yeah, somebody. How you doing?
He stops polishing and looks up at you very even-eyed. All right, what do you want?
Oh, we've realized that there's a lot of shit happening out here that's indirectly Dragonblood fault. We're taking care of that.
Look, I don't know nothing about the realm, and I don't want to hear nothing about the realm.
Oh,
And
realm, hold on. I take the symbol off and put it in my bag. This isn't about the realm. This is about doing what's right.
Roll me manipulation presence with a 2 dice on.
Oh boy. Let me figure out what my presence is. Pretty sure it's nothing. It's a 1.
That's an anything. He looks at you, kind of nods slowly. We do get a fair number of you who've decided to seek their fortune elsewhere. Not in our town, of course, but locally. After all, the legends say the dragons came from the center and spread outward. They had to come from somewhere. I suppose it keeps going on to this day. Kind of thinks to himself a little bit. So if you're not here for the realm, and you're here for yourself, and you're here to do... You can practically see him thinking out what's right. What do you think what's right?
I don't know yet. That's why I'm here. I figured I'd talk to people around here and see what the problem is. We're only hearing bits and snatches of information from merchants we meet, and well, sometimes what they're saying is second or third hand, and it could be very wrong.
Volunteer hero, huh?
Something like that. But we need to know what's going on before we do anything.
Look, alright. You get you and your little group, and you go over to the crypt. I'll send word, and they'll have a word for you, alright?
The crypt? Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure a couple of my compatriots will be coming in shortly, and I will order things expecting a couple other people to show up so that they will have food ready when they get here.
Yeah.
Obsidian is already walking in through the door.
Obsidian is entering the conversation around this
As soon
point.
as I see Obsidian, I order double the food I just ordered.
Smart.
Yang, the only place that really seems locked up in this place is the crypt, which is currently guarded by 2 people on the outside and only has the one apparent entrance.
What if I cause problems on purpose?
In Milan, you can see probably somebody who looks decently well-traveled, who looks up. Yeah, can I help you? What do you need?
Hey,
Hello.
Hey,
I'm-
Yang, what will happen if you disturb a gravesite? 4
Yang
days
has-
from now,
Okay,
when it's
yeah, I
Propose's
will
turn
say out of
again.
character. Hey Yang, you have enough occult to know that breaking into a dead burial
Yeah,
site
I know way better. I could know better.
bad idea. Anyway, so yeah, Milan.
hey, you look well traveled. We've got some business out west in the direction of the scrolling over my map, Flying River provinces.
Mhm.
As I understand it, there's some local troubles. You been out that direction?
A little bit recently. Why?
Do you got any recommendations for like travel routes, like where we can avoid trouble?
Well, if you stick to the main roads, you should be safe enough. But if you scroll over to the Fallen River Valley for a moment, just when you're going down the main road down to if you're going down from the northeast to the southwest toward the Fallen River Valley, I'd keep your eye out to the northwest towards the cliff face once you start getting in close. There's been rumors of bandit activity out there, and not the usual kind where they just stick you up and take your stuff. It's weirder than that.
One second, I am doing map stuff.
Yeah, he's clearly a little hesitant to it looks like he knows more, but he's hesitant to speak about it.
All right, bandits. Anything a bit more local? I know that some neighbors don't exactly get along. Us being here, is that going to be
So
any
long as you
issue?
don't start anything here and you don't pick any sides, the prefect isn't going to be too bothered. If If you start making any noises or you start picking sides, then it will be a problem.
Good, good. How much for the bread mix? And I gesture to a stall.
Oh, that, and yeah, he just quotes a pretty real.
And I continue my shopping list.
Yeah.
Okay, got the information I wanted. We're not immediately going to be jumped.
Yeah. Basically, so long as you keep your nose clean in this situation between this village and the Orc Prefecture, it's probably going to be okay, but that relies on keeping your nose clean.
Yeah, my concern was us being here is, nope, we're going to beat them up.
No, you're fine.
So, Crypt?
Unless, like, we decide we want to beat them up.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm probably just gonna walk into the saloon, I guess I'll call it, in time for someone to explain, like, so we got permission to go in a crypt, and for me to just be like, okay, well, I already made a break-in plan, but...
Old man has been just kind of wandering through the city, not interested in the saloon or anything, and probably just show up at some point, but he's just kind of wandering through the city, taking a look around for basically his entire time, with a distinct coppery sheen on his skin with slight green liver spots, every now and again.
In addition, earlier, as you began wandering around, you felt a presence climbing up your back and then settling upon your head, and to find Moat kind of loafing atop your head, as that it is a very bald, very reflective, warm spot in the sun, and sat there down for a nap.
Old man's incredible, preternaturally perfect sense of balance means that he does not like disturb the cat upon his head much at all.
Yep, cat is just curled up for a nap on the toasty spot.
Good.
Mm-hmm. He's not in full copper skin mode, but he just, by nature of it being his control spell, means it is always visible in him at least a little bit.
Mm-hmm. So
Just means he's a little ruddier than normal.
The head still emits a large amount of heat. But anyway, and
An
going over
unreasonable
Head
quantity
emits
of
an
heat.
unreasonable amount of heat.
going over to the crypt, you give the notice. Repose sees the people back. One of them has the cat figurine placed on a little shelf on the stoneworks on the outside of it. Look up at you. Oh, okay. And they kind of gesture to the each other. One slides one of the bars to the side and opens the crypt door open. And as Repose expected, the inside is mostly funerary urns and recesses. It's maximum density of ashes.
Normal crypt stuff.
Mhm. However, as you go through the back, there is a back wall that one of them kind of shoves against, and it begins to slide, and it is clearly less solid stone than it looks like, as it slides open to what looks like it would ordinarily be like a councilman's office. And there is appears to be in her 30s or 40s office holder, picking her fingernails with a knife as you enter, as she looks up and just kind of goes, "So I heard you're the ones asking questions around here."
Yes.
Yeah, she kind of sweeps back her head of just her head or hair. It's kind of untamed, not really in a hairstyle in particular, just kind of frazzled and wide. So you're clearly new enough here to not know how to phrase your questions delicately, but also bold enough to try coming to me directly.
Before I get started saying anything in response, we are all there, yes?
Yes, I would
Okay.
I would have had everybody gather before this, yes.
And
Cat will eventually have led me this way, it seems like.
This is the person in charge of the town?
Yes, this is very clearly, you are looking at the boss.
Yeah, it would be at this point that once we know I'm standing in front of the person who's in charge, I would drop every preface of, idiot who doesn't know anything that's going on in this town and just say, okay, so not to say that we are agents of justice going around trying to fix everything because we're the golden glorious dragons of the earth, but we
We're
have
janitors.
we have noticed that there's a lot of problems out here, mainly caused by our kind that have done things in the past, and we are in fact trying to fix a lot of those problems. And we can't help but notice that there are some situations going on surrounding your town. I myself attempted to get any information out of the local merchant guild. Nobody wanted to talk about the Jade Orchid, and also said that going in and talking to the Jade Orchid, they wouldn't want to talk about your town at all. And the Spanner, you found out that this was because of a not misunderstanding, but this is the gods related thing.
Yeah, the idea that they were trying to come in and take away their gods
Mhm,
with the Immaculate situation.
So, if you, ma'am, would provide, ma'am, yes?
She nods.
The DM?
She almost shrugs,
Yes.
but nods.
Well, that was more directed towards you, the DM.
Yeah, no, but and when you address her, so she kind of seems not to care, but accepts it.
It would be helpful to know the town's direct association with the Jade Orchid, but also the relationship with the general area between the God's Breath River and the Emperor of the Brondax.
Tell me something, she says, as she switches the knife, picking her fingernails to another one, and you notice that they're decently long. They're not, like, ridiculously long, but they're long enough for her to get the point of a knife in and do a little digging. Do you make a hobby out of kicking hornets' nests, or is this a sport to you?
It's a recent thing.
So a hobby, yes.
I would look at Spanner sort of like, I want to roll wits plus performance for a signal that prepared ahead of time of the letters.
Sure, okay.
Who's rolling, you or me?
Me.
Okay.
I don't know, just to make, mainly to signal like, hey, should we show her the letters that we got about the planned problem between these two sides, or should we keep that to ourselves?
Is this something we talked about ahead of time or right now?
This is something we talked about ahead of time.
I would have said, no, we're not showing them any letters. You crazy?
Yeah, this is not something you need to roll to
Okay.
convey that information. It's not.
Yeah. All right. I feel like that would be
Alright.
in my head, that would be a good point. But anyway,
That's what
Um,
Spanner would say. That's up to the
I
rest of the
can-
group.
I can offer up a note to put into the dialogue here
Go ahead.
and some dice to throw. So,
I've-
the question was floated to us from our new acquaintance here of are we in the habit of kicking over hornets' nests? And Repose has been in his usual position, back and a bit to the side, head bowed respectfully, as you might expect of a funerist in a grave.
Mhm.
But after that is floated, he actually raises his head and looks directly at her, and just briefly intones family tradition. And looking into his eyes at that moment, just briefly, is like staring at an eclipse. I'm just gonna wear his Doom awareness this room real quick.
Okay,
How
go
Doom
right
is this
ahead.
room?
No Doomoid.
No Doomoids.
She very visibly kind of leans back at that, though, like, oh,
I would put a hand on Repose and just say to the ma'am, he is very cautious of being around ghosts. Do not worry, that was nothing intended at you. He is checking the room for the spirits, anybody listening in on the conversation.
Rest assured,
It-
you do not
it's
concern
cute.
me. At this
It's-
time. And he resumes. being bad.
She kind of turns to Obsidian. It's cute that you believe that. Kind of puts the knife down. All right, let's make some
I
proper.
would immediately say back to her if she is implying that that is not what he was doing. Of this man has saved my life numerous times. I trust him.
Of course you trust him, and I also trust him to look me in the eyes and make sure that I'm not his enemy, which I'm clearly not. But let's make some proper introductions. You can call me the Dragon Slaying Burr.
The dragon saying what?
Burr. Burr, as in, like, the plant that sticks to you and is really annoying.
Oh,
That
okay.
sounds familiar.
I would bow to her and introduce. Sorry, I got ahead. I am Obsidian Shield.
Mm-hmm.
I would look at the rest of my associates.
I sell potions. I'm Yang. Hi.
I am Milan. And
Are
I
you
bow.
always that smooth? She says to Yang.
No.
Impressive.
He's sometimes worse.
Figured.
It's been a long day.
It has been a long day for him.
You look like hell.
Yeah. Someone keeps kicking my ass.
And eventually you'll learn. My apologies. My name is Angler Spanning All Seas.
She nods. So clearly, you're here at the very least to hear my side of the story, if not to volunteer your services immediately. Am I going to get that guess correct?
We're trying to get all sides of the story, yes.
Well, I can tell you right now that I'm going to be more honest with my side of the story than the prefect is going to be with his.
We're starting to get that idea from a lot of the information that we've been gathering.
A couple of decades ago, this was unincorporated territory, all of this. This grassland was a loosely associated group of villages. We were able to support a lot of people because of this dense farmland. We didn't really have any grand aspects or grand aspirations to politics or playing at kingdoms, unlike a lot of our neighbors. And we mostly just kept to ourselves, but unfortunately, the economic and strategic value of such fertile land in the middle of a scrubland was always going to give us attention, and for a while, the protection of our local gods was enough. And, of course, the value of a firm hand and a cunning re-implementation of farming implement. Unfortunately, some wayward dog from the Blessed Isle decided that he wanted to come play Empress out here and settled down in this part of the territory, deciding that this would be good enough. One of the Immaculates from the center, clearly not interested in actually following the rules of his own fucking religion, followed him out here and enforced a new order on the other 4 villages in this area, who were more willing to listen to him and his promises of stability and order and protection. Our village, if I can recall the exact invective, if we suggested that he try to swallow a bush sideways.
That's in character.
Yeah, no, she kind of smirks at the response.
Very stern, but equal approval from Repose. Just like, yes, good.
Clever.
After that, the prefect himself was too much of a coward to come face us, though I don't doubt that he has his own tricks up his sleeve if you back him into a corner. Instead, he sent his new army, his new slaved gods, and his pet Immaculate out. Ordinarily, we wouldn't have had to stand a chance against a 4-to-1 odds. But ours is a town that has always valued independence and freedom. that such values were in the bones of our very father of the city, who is still with us, although in diminished form. And thus, our father did pray to the unconquered. She gestures to herself. And here I am, a representative of separation, freedom. We strongly recognize and desire to protect our ability to self-determine. And anyone who says otherwise will get a knife down their fucking throat.
Folks who are getting very alarmed at that mention here. So, exigence. There's just kind of a leftover supply of divine fire, and miscellaneous gods who want to have an exalt go and petition the sun for permission to touch the stove.
Yes. She is not a solar. She is someone who had a god petition on her behalf of, yo, I need some extra mojo down here. I need like a little bit, I just need a little sprinkle of the majesty. And she was partially imbued with that power.
She's
And-
halfway between a solar and a human. Is
No,
my,
this
my
is-
understanding?
Any
Much
god,
smaller.
any god could exalt someone, but for anything but the largest of gods, this is a substantial investment.
Yes.
Oh,
And
so she's an exalt, but not a
Exalt
for like
of
a different
very
god.
small local god.
Okay.
You know how Grandma Swamp, SLC Fuiko, was the exigent of the former swamp god who was empowered by their sacrifice? Same thing, but for this city father, although she just said the city father is still actually did not completely destroy himself in the process.
I'm going to say that the desires of her town and its people are admirable.
I'm glad you feel that way. So she kind of steeples her fingers and leans forward a little bit. I'll be entirely frank with you. She looks up and down, kind of doing mental calculation in her head as she's looking at 5/ possibly 6 dragon bloods.
Why do I feel like we get this look every day?
Because we put ourselves in a lot of situations like this.
Hmm. Frankly speaking, if they actually came at me with a concerted attack again, we wouldn't stand a chance.
I won't lie, I was kind of surprised that a small village on the outskirts of what is in essence a small empressness, I don't know what you would call that, prefecture, I guess, yes, but
Another prince
yeah,
deciding to play a game in which there are no other players.
this village has kept its independence. I see now why you have kept your independence, but
Sorry,
It-
forgetting that there are other players at the table.
Do you want to know how you fight a foe with a superior military and economic force?
can I roll Wits War?
Yes.
I'm kind of assuming what she's going to be talking about, and I will be just
Actually,
muttering.
I'm gonna roll Wits War with my specialty in it being outnumbered.
Yes,
Yeah.
you
Do you
actually
know
are.
what it's like to be
Yes,
outnumbered?
I
Yes.
do.
Oh, guerrilla warfare. That's never
You
fun.
cheat. You cheat like a fucking bandit, and you play dirty, and you fight, and you infiltrate the inside. Like, this is not her direct words, but that is basically the extent of what she's asking. Is the reason we're still independent is not because I'm supernaturally powerful enough to fight off an army. It's because I'm clever and I can use what I can do to constantly be enough of a pain in the ass to be too much effort to go in and take over.
Yeah,
Gang Sora is-
Obsidian's actual response would just be a very simple and easy one. When she proposed the idea, you know how you win a war against somebody that greatly outnumbers you, just responds with "You're smart."
She smiles very wide. Yes. Yes, that's the quick version.
I have a question about the history of this prefecture.
Mm-hmm.
How did it grow? Voluntarily or involuntarily?
She kind of picks up the knife and kind of waves it horizontally up and down, like she's kind of waving her hand halfway in the middle. There
Is
was
it-
there was the legitimate offer of protection, and then there was the offer of protection. She puts the knife back down.
They
So-
were strong-armed.
Fascism. Would you say justice is on their side?
No.
Good.
What do you think? Justice is in the side of some fucking peacock feather wearing asshole who walks in and says he owns the place now and he has enough muscle to force people to agree?
What was his name again?
One moment.
Oh, are you going to check to see if he's on the list?
He almost
Cynic
certainly
gonna be
is.
on the list.
Cynic Latea. Hey, guess what? He's one of the top names on your list from House Sinis. Because he literally bailed on his aristocratic duties to go fucking play Prince in the middle of nowhere. He is like actually really high up on your list of no, this is a justifiable death.
This one right here is like one of your. If you could pull this off and actually like went back about it, and be like, "Hey, good fucking job. You did great. Good
Not
work."
only
worth
would
so
I
many
self-be
points.
compliment you,
Everyone,
only-
everyone
not-
looks over to Yang, time slows, and inside his brain the gears are turning. You would think he's thinking about like, oh yeah, assassin time. He's thinking, if Yakuman deposed him,
Oh no!
Oh yes.
Hold up.
But yeah, I need to just reiterate. Not only would you get props from House of Celsi for taking this person out, you would get props from House Sinis. House Sinis wants this person dead.
Yang doesn't give a shit. Yakuman gives a shit. I see. I'm gonna steeple my fingers, stand up, and leave the tent.
Man, Yang's way of dealing with his childhood trauma that he's now realizing that he has is really weird.
Yeah. He does violence. That's non-negotiable. He can do positive violence though.
The Amazing Steiner.
Pretty much. Yeah, it's pretty much just the amazing Steiner. He had-
Magnificent Steiner, please.
Thousand Miracle Steiner.
Burr looks over as the Yang walks out. I have the feeling that I said something that I'm either going to greatly enjoy or greatly regret.
He
A
does
little
that.
both.
We feel the same.
She looks back at the group. Now, honestly, I can't ask you to wage a war against even a small nation. But if you really are here to kick hornets' nests and try to pursue justice, as our young friend who just left said, there are few people in this region who would shed a tear to see him gone, beyond maybe the guild.
I'm sorry, the guild?
Ah, yes. She kind of picks the knife back up on reflex and starts picking her nails again. You see, the guild has always had a soft spot for people of the realm who are no longer of the realm. They always want inroads, this is how I would say. They've never really had purchase on the Blessed Isle, and the Dynasts would remember there have actually been trade wars that escalated to actual wars.
Oh yes,
yeah.
the guild. Yes.
So there is a rogue dynast out here, and the guild is like, hello, we will supply you and be your best friend. Don't ask about any favors in the future. You just immediately understand that's the dynamic here, is the guild is trying to buy this person as leverage.
Yeah, we're familiar with the guild.
And that's the response I wanted to hear, in that tone, specifically. She twirls the knife a little bit in her fingers. So, be direct with me. This is entirely too many. This is an entire hearth, I believe is your term, of Dragonbloods who are just wandering around. at doing justice. And doing justice that the realm may or may not even appreciate. What do you actually want?
Did you
What do
just
you-
see what? Did you just see what our companion did? Just leaving as soon as he heard about what was happening.
Oh,
That's-
I can buy the kids that naive. The rest of you have an angle.
Look, there's a lot of shit out here that's just it's messing things up for everyone. And the longer it happens, the worse it's going to get. I've got kids. Eventually, they're going to have to deal with this if I don't. So I'm going to take care of it for them.
Mm-hmm. Kids who live out here.
Not yet.
Kids that if he doesn't fix this and it becomes a problem, his kids will have to deal with it.
She looks at you. What is your guile offhand?
My guile? I don't know. How do you calculate guile? Or should it just be on my sheet?
I'm asking Angler.
Oh, okay.
Guile is not an attribute.
It's a social pool. It's a social pool thing. It is your manipulation plus social
yes.
divided by 2.
Round it up.
Rounded
Where
up.
is
which
that
in my
on the
case is
sheet?
3. If you don't have it in edit mode,
There it is, 3. I got it.
Yep.
Thanks.
I have mine is 3. I don't know what.
Exactly
Wait,
how big are your ambitions?
she
out
didn't beat me?
Hmm?
She didn't beat me?
here? She spent a willpower.
Oh, okay.
She's an important NPC. She has access to willpower.
Okay, what was the question again?
She just said, how big are your ambitions out here, really?
I don't know. Because every time we visit another place, we find another problem. If I try to think too much about how big it is, nothing will happen.
She asked
going
that to
day by day.
Obsidian. He has a very clear answer.
Yeah, but she's asking.
Obsidian visibly be wanting to answer that question.
No.
So I just take it day by day.
All right.
Sometimes we do little things, sometimes we do big things.
As for me, well, the Dynasts often forget they're not the only ones living out here.
Mm-hmm. And we prefer them to forget them.
I would prefer it if people could keep living out here.
She stares.
And I say people and not Dynasts.
Yeah. She stares into Milan's eyes as he says that. I see.
As for me, I'm a very simple man who appreciates his own freedoms, and to see an entire community force someone into exaltation. Is that the correct term for it?
She shrugs.
Anywho,
One of
to
them.
force somebody into that in order to just keep their freedom, well, that's something I can respect.
Never had somebody compliment me like that.
You took a great burden in order for this town to stay free from a conqueror. That's more than I can say I have.
I appreciate that. She's kind of like literally is like I'm kind of gesturing with my you can't see me. I have been gesturing a little bit with her mannerisms as I go. As you said that, I literally stopped miming the fingernail picking. Like dead stop. And she just kind of freezes and just like trying to process. She's never heard somebody quite admit and compliment her on that. She just puts the knife down again. You really are a bunch of idealists, aren't you?
Sometimes that's all we can hold on to is our ideals.
Well, maybe whoever or whatever you worship.
She has asked no further questions of Repose since getting the death stare. and being spared.
Yes!
Yep.
May whoever or whatever you worship protect you and protect your ideals in that manner. And at that point, I think she would actually kind of look back to her pose, because monk. I do hope that our little improvised shelter to avoid outside eyes has not offended your sensibilities, brother.
So long as you arrive in peace.
She nods. And then thinks to herself again. So you also asked about our neighbors to the north, I believe.
Correct.
Yes.
Well, I don't really know much about the God's Breath. They're over a cliff, you know.
Mhm.
Not much contact with them. Especially not from us. I think the prefecture has a little bit of some sort of diplomacy with them, but of course I'm not really kept in the loop on that, am I? The Empire is a bunch of bloodthirsty maniacs that I would like to see strung up by what remains of their body parts in a ring around the territory they have taken as a warning to others to never do that again.
Okay.
Repose
This
is nodding
reflects-
along with this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
as is Obsidian. Okay, this reflects
Yeah.
our first impressions of them as well, and from what we've heard. It is good to hear that, yes, they are, in fact, exactly that.
Another
They are-
place that forgets that there are people living here.
They are cowards and brutes led by a monster. And I worry that they are in the position of a cornered rat at the moment. And I'm unsure of how they're going to react if any pressures continue to rise.
I have a quick out of character question.
Sure.
So, of the letters we've got, one was to the Emperor of the Bronze Axe. The other one was to who? Was it
Jade
Pre-
Orchid.
It was Jade Orchid. Okay, because in my mind, I was thinking it was the satrap I had met with. Okay.
No, it was to the Sinisal Saya.
Okay, so it was the Jade Orchid
Yes.
leader. Okay.
The God's Breath is mentioned in the letters, but it was to these two right here.
Yeah, it was
One-
God's Breath was mentioned
one
as a
dicta-
threat to the Empire.
One dictator and a second dictator.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So it was to
The leader of the Gold Axe and the leader of the Jade Orchid. Or
Yeah.
Bronze
The
Axe.
Bronze Axe was told, hey, you're covered on both sides by enemies. I have fabulous prizes. The Orchid Prefecture was like, you have a murderous maniac to your north. I have defenses.
okay. That was my question of who was the other one. It was the Jade Orchid Prefecture that got
Yes.
a letter.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Um, she
Milan's
stopped.
Milan's going to do something stupid that I know Spanner's going to think this is stupid. I'm going to bring up the letters.
If people who want to stop Milan from bringing up the letters want to read intentions on Milan, they may do so.
If there's
I'm-
a couple people that are like going for it, it's one of those,
Okay,
sure.
preemptively, I am going to to expel any doubt from my mind. And I'm spending juice on this one.
All right.
Oh, you getting juicy?
I'm getting juiced.
You gonna get down some of that Jimbus juice?
Hold up, I'm bringing up the socialized tree real quick. I'm doing loyalty reading meditation on her, just so I have everything, just to make sure that she hasn't been misleading us, which I don't think she has, but just to get her entire, absolute opinion of both the Jade Orchid and the Emperor of the Bronze Axe. So this is a read intention on her opinion of the both of them through any emotion. Hold up, just bringing up the thing one more time. When reading intention, discern intimacy based on emotion. The intimacy penalizes the target's guile as though it were his resolve.
Okay.
And this is what for read intention again?
Perception socialize.
All right, so that's a 6. I'm going to also use the socialize. Excellency, probably. Hold up real quick here. I'm going to see how many motes I have. I probably have plenty, but I just want to see what I'm spending here. It's going to be a 4 and a 4. All right. Oh. 6d10. Didn't have the d10 in there. I'm good.
You're good. Empire of the Bronze Axe, she just has a personal hatred for on principle because fuck that guy, fuck that level of atrocity that's just over the line in every kind of way. The prefect she has a deep, actual murderous hatred for disrupting the life that she and this region had before the prefect came in and just did a power play out of ego. Like, she would be perfectly fine seeing the prefect executed in front of her.
So, what I'm going to
and this is going to be before Milan, because this was again my intention from very early on.
Mhm.
As Milan is walking forward to open his mouth, Obsidian would just kind of under his breath, "You can yell at me later, Spanner," and is going to take both the letters out of his breast pocket.
So,
at this point, he doesn't actually care, but it's one of those, if we're leading off and we don't know this person's
Yes.
on the level.
Yeah. So, to answer the unasked question hanging in the room, why?
And then I hand her both the letters.
We
You
have
can continue.
we
but
have
yeah,
a
I'm just trying to establish that these are happening at the same time.
She takes him and begins to read as Milan speaks.
we have a unfortunate acquaintance we've come across now and then who is, through, for reasons we don't quite know yet, is aiming to put the Jade Orchid Prefecture and the Empire of the Bronze Axe at each other's throats.
Well, that won't
Violently.
We assume that he is trying to do this because he is trying to get as many people killed as possible.
Her face darkens as she's reading both the prefect's letter first and then moves on to the next.
We believe that do we use the term months in this world, or
month? Yeah.
Months are
we believe in the coming months, if nothing, that we believe in the coming months that they will accept the offer and war will begin. I don't know if the Jade Orchid Prefecture will open by assaulting you. I can't say. But you need to be ready.
She puts down the letter. So you're the ones who dealt with the Abyssal then?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're trying to clean up after that, or it's coming after you. And you heard about us.
Frankly, I think fate has decided that we are to be the ones to deal with this.
It may not surprise you, considering my origins, that I hold fate in very little regard. But
Understandable.
if it's deciding to hand me a bone for once, then I won't turn it down.
I don't want to see more people die.
Makes you a lot different than all the other dynasts I ever met. She just kind of puts the letters down and
Now-
is still staring at them, just like processing what she's just read. And having to think about what now. Just
We do have time. I do not believe that they will strike it. They would strike immediately. Neither of them are too stupid to strike in the beginning of the seeding season. We're coming off
Yeah.
the winter, so they're going to be start planting crops soon. No one's going to strike during the planting season, so you will have
they
time
will
to
strike in force.
Yes.
She's thinking to herself.
There may be skirmishes, but yeah, full war will not break out just yet.
If the other villages knew of this, would they come back? Would they throw it off? They knew that their master was dealing with this. I wish I knew.
Maybe a liaison could be sent to the other villages.
Someone diplomatically neutral who would be simply a concerned party trying to raise warnings. Maybe. Or maybe that would make the prefect lash out in fear and suspicion and anger at somebody knowing what's going on.
Perhaps the best move to do right now is to wait and decide. Acting too soon, too rashly, could spark the fire.
I was just thinking the same thing. If we move too swiftly on either or, it may cause the other party to either take advantage of the situation or act in the worst possible way immediately.
You're right.
If you still have friends out there, start writing to them, but not in
I still have
urgency.
a network. I'll tell them for what to look for.
Be safe.
Propose will raise a hand.
She glances over.
If you have need of volunteers. And he then gestures back to, the crit behind them. This was their home, long before it was yours.
She narrows her eyes. What are you getting at?
There is victory beyond death. He's just gonna leave it at that.
She's like,
Monk's gonna say something weird and cryptic. You'll figure
visibly,
it out.
like, her face is like, she's been fairly composed, although reactive. Her face is visibly contorting through emotions, trying to think about what to say about that and what to think about that.
If she glances at Milan, Milan's just got this look of, what does he mean by that?
Are you proposing raising my ancestors for us? They've slept in peace for all this time, as far as I can tell.
I guess you could ask a favor of them? You do that?
She
Well,
shrugs.
what am I saying? I've been traveling with Brother Absolute Repose for your ancestors probably can help.
Well, I would be completely unfamiliar as to the proper protocols of actually expecting them to answer back to our memories of them.
Just take out a book of breathing, leave it on the desk.
Thank you. I'm sure it'll make for very interesting reading. She kind of pulls it onto her side of the desk and gives a good look at it. Is there a particular sect I should thank on your behalf, or should I just consider this to have fallen from the heavens?
Me thinking about just running the numbers through my head about, oh wait, she hates the Immaculate Monks.
That's a good thing. The other thing.
It's a gift from the sun? It fell from the sky.
Oh, did Milan say that?
No,
Okay.
that was
I
Bradway
was
saying
thinking-
that. That was Bradway saying it.
And also, yeah, it's very clear when the monk that doesn't have overt immaculate trappings hands you a book of how to talk to ghost grandma. That's not an immaculate on the level.
Remain undefeated. Cousin. That is thanks enough.
You actually are able to see goosebumps rise on her arms. Oh. I see. Bye.
I'll
Thank
propose
you
his
for-
work here is done. He will just get up and make some attempt to dislodge Moat from atop Old Man. He had at some point during the scene noticed that Moat was up there and was just waiting for an appropriate time to get a poke at him.
I probably showed up late through that, which is why no questions were ever thrown at my way. And
Old Man definitely just kind of slunk in here, or was he waiting outside the tomb?
let's say he was waiting outside the tomb, and then at this point has made his way in.
Burr looks in at Old Man with the cat on the head. I assume he's with you?
Yes.
Yes.
Understand.
He is where he pleases.
Cosmologically speaking, no.
Don't try and understand him.
No, She's actually looking at Old Man with kind of a glint in her eye for a moment.
Yeah. Old Man doesn't say yeah. That was Doc saying yeah.
Like she's thinking to herself.
He has currently got his pinky finger, like nearly, first knuckle deep into his ear. Just kind of digging in there.
I wish you luck on your seeking of freedom, cousin.
He flicks whatever's off of his finger, if there is anything, who knows. And he he gives a nod, and this is the first time he has disturbed Moat in any way.
Moat does not dig claws into Old Man's scalp. However, Old Man realizes at this point that Moat's grip with the toe beans is about effective as a gecko's, Moat just
Oh
doesn't.
man, he's got Gecko Pete. Nice.
Yeah, he's got gecko beans. Is the thing.
Nice.
So
Aw.
as Loon is as Repose is trying to gently dislodge Moat, Moat is lifted at first, legs stretching out, and then about at the point where the feet would have to detach from the head, it just stops. It's like they're glued in place.
Very impressive. I have to admit.
Moat's eyes are still closed. Like, no, I was enjoying this nap actually.
For now, our journeys take us further west. Be well.
Be well.
So, Old Man is actually going to be vaguely interested here that apparently the first person who has ever been here, he has met the first person in many years to recognize what he's doing.
This is an exigent of freedom.
Yeah, so that's pretty cool. Just
Yeah,
thinking
so-
about that.
Would you like ask any questions or dialogue
No.
with her? Or just think about it. Yeah, of course.
He's just thinking
she's
about
really respecting your boundary as well. She just gave you the heads up and nodded.
Mhm.
Meanwhile, as the group is filing out, Moat is still not letting go of Old Man's scalp.
I make no attempt to dislodge him.
Propose we'll just take an extra bit of cotton fleece that's probably left over, or some other. Probably will
Mhm.
wrap it up in a small amount of scrap cloth, tie it off, paint little ghost eyes on it, give a bit of an idle wiggling around, and then toss it into the cat compartment in the luggage. Close the door.
Moat's eyes open, kind of looking at you as you do that. And with an almost imperceptible popping noise, each of the beans lets go, one by one, and releases into your arms.
It's a good cat you got there.
Very good.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
It's a good cat.
Yeah.
Allow Moat
Takes
to
it back
go
like a champ.
join toy in-house.
Yeah, Moat just kind of hops down into the toy, and you just kind of hear general scuffling and obviously playing around with it inside the wicker basket, making it shake and rattle a little bit.
Good.
And I think that's that scene.
Yeah, unless you have any other business to do in this town, you'd be moving on, I believe.
Go west.
Yep. Okay,
Stepping away a moment.
probably get about... So would you be following the roads west? Like kind of skirting around the outside or going up and then around? Like, how would you be going to the west? Because the road would be faster.
So, I really want to go cause trouble in the Jade Orchid Prefecture.
That does go through the roads.
Yeah, we should probably.
Can we just go? Can we just go here real quick and just hope some sort of dashing rogue does a move, maybe?
You are trying to...
There is. We shouldn't poke the situation later.
That would be a very large poke. So this is an in-character kind of conversation as to what the group would want to travel through.
Yang, think of it this way. If we give it a little poke now, we can't give it a really big poke later.
Fine.
So yeah, probably get about this far before camping down for the night. If there's anything that would be catch up for in-character conversations or things like that.
Nope,
Not-
that's really all I needed to say.
Not till
Well, I
the
mean,
morning.
Yeah, because we're going to be doing teacher swap, right?
Yep.
Yep.
This will be Milan's turn next.
Oh God, no.
So,
Oh, by the way, at night, like before he goes to sleep, we are going to be going over forms and stuff for several hours.
My brain's mush.
Exactly, which means your muscle memory will remember all the stuff I'm doing to you.
No.
Eventually, I just like toss him, and he probably just goes to sleep halfway through the toss. It's like, all right, you can sleep now.
Spanner somehow manages to do the dad thing of waking up at 3:30 in the morning to fucking mow his lawn every single time. And also somehow manages to stay awake until 1 in the morning as well.
Mm-hmm.
Simultaneously.
It's a terrifying.
Spanner actually just upgraded to stamina 5, so yes, he can do this.
quick question just before: is Yang a vegetarian or does Yang eat meat?
Yeah, he eats whatever the fuck he feels like.
Okay, cool. So, in the morning, Yang wakes up on his own and
Oh, this
finds
is new.
some eggs and sausage waiting at the entrance of his tent, and a rock.
Does Yang bite
This is a
the
trick
rock?
question. Do you get the eggs and sausage or do you get the rock?
Do you want
eat
the
the
tasty
sausage
breakfast
or the rock?
do you want a rock?
Oh, dude, you
Choose
eat the
wisely.
rock.
I have a huge warning to give you.
Shh.
Beneath Milan has been being taught by old man for the past couple of months.
I
Therefore,
am
Beneath
going-
Milan's status, like
I had this
teaching,
initial
might be fucked up.
I had this initial thought of, is Obsidian going to be the only person that tries to teach Yang logically? I'm like, Beneath might do it, and then Beneath has been being taught by old man. Beneath is not going to teach him logically.
Logically. Beating the crap out of him was logic.
I'm gonna cast Venom Expulsion Method on the sausage.
You made a mistake. You should have done it on the rock.
I'm the camp
The
cook.
rock bares its fangs and attacks.
I'm the one who's been making breakfast for everyone.
I don't
Solve
trust
my breakfast
anything right
puzzle,
now.
Yang.
So do you
I'm
eat the
assuming no
breakfast or do
poison
you eat
comes
the
out of
rock?
I can't believe Milan would do him like this.
I'm assuming no poison emerges from the food.
It's breakfast.
Decidedly no poison
gonna-
is coming out.
I made eggs and sausage for everyone.
I'm gonna poke the rock.
It's a rock.
I pick up the rock.
All right, you are holding a rock.
I hit the sausage with the rock.
Now we're thinking.
The sausage is splattered, as it would if you hit it with a rock.
Am I learning?
I'm not there.
At this point, because I'm probably watching him, it's just, Yang, what are you doing?
So
I don't know. Is this a trick?
camera
Yeah,
cuts
you-
outside.
Beneath, why did you leave him a
It's like,
rock?
just a distant eagle cry, just like right on going. Ah!
Camera cuts outside. Milan's just standing in front of the tent, going, "Is he awake? Is he coming out? I heard him moving.
I'm gonna scoop all the dirt sausage into my mouth.
Did it taste like sausage?
I'm gonna try and chomp on the rock.
It tastes like rock.
I'm gonna walk out of the tent with the rock in my mouth.
Good, you're awake.
Beneath, why did you leave a rock?
Throw it at me.
I spit it at you.
And I dodge. I go to dodge it. So
Obsidian,
dexterity
the
dodge.
question is, why did he leave only one rock?
Make a throw attack.
But yeah, what do I use to attack with the rock?
Dexterity throw.
Oh, this is bad for you, actually. I might hit you with the rock.
Oh, do you have throw?
By the way, I've been kind of doing this like as a sort of peanut gallery sort of thing, but no, every training session, Obsidian is there watching, and as the days go on, he is more mouth agape at
More concerned.
what is.
The funny part is, I actually have something that Ocean's gonna go, oh yeah, that makes sense. So you hit me with the rock. Good job. Your training shall begin shortly.
What did I learn?
Yang is the one who decided to change teachers every day. He's been introduced to 3 different regiments.
Follow me.
Okay. Do I have to? Should I have the rock? Should I get the rock?
You won't need it. And I take you slightly outside of camp to where there is a pile of rocks.
Oh, okay. You have more.
And Spanner's backpack emptied off to the side.
Did you
First
pick up
things-
all the rocks?
Yes, I did. First things first. Close your fists. Now you don't want to bend your wrist. You want to
I
keep
try
it
and
straight.
punch Milan.
Go ahead.
What a roll for that?
That is dexterity brawl.
So
So
straight
just-
dexterity right now.
Just 5.
Okay, good. But what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to twist your arm as you punch. That way you get more force into it. That's how you throw a punch.
Wouldn't that break my wrist?
No, so what you do is hold your hand palm up, fist close at your side, and as you extend it forward to punch, you twist it so that you're palm down. That's how you throw a
Okay.
punch.
Sha!
Yes, good. Okay. Next step. I pick up a rock. I'm going to teach you how to dodge.
Wait, what?
Dodge!
Look, if you can dodge a rock, you can dodge a
I
punch.
knew it! I fucking knew it!
You're just gonna throw rocks at me, and this is how we train.
You get to throw rocks back.
I ran, motherfucker. Rock fight.
One rock is missing from this pile. It is with Repose, who is just kind of idly pecking away at it with his fingers, watching this happen.
I carve the Buddha.
Do you know martial arts, Finif? Or are we just having a rock fight?
I do. And 1 second, I'm going to throw a rock at you.
All right. Try it.
No, that requires a decisive attack. I'm not going to open by being incredibly rude.
Let's do it. Angler already did it.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's.
Go for it!
I'm going to do something. Okay. Dio. Okay, technically, I need 12 initiative in order to do this move. Can I have 12 initiative?
Yes, for the purposes of a training session, you can.
Oh yeah, Spanner's the worst of us. Uses a 12 initiative decisive attack against Yang.
Oh, I never said you were the worst. I said that these would be getting worse.
I pulled my punch. As I throw a rock at your chest, and you feel all the air in your lungs just leave your body.
Goodbye!
Wow.
This is actually a very familiar feeling for Yang. This happened recently.
Oh, this is just like Angler.
Now your turn.
Vanif, who is
Every day
doing
of
training and
has
explaining
involved.
none of it.
Every day of training has involved an impact to the torso.
Are you sure it's my turn? Are there any
Yeah.
restrictions?
Go for it.
Okay, I'm gonna make a sling out of plants.
No. You got to throw it.
I ain't throwing it. You're being very arbitrary.
Who's arbitrary in this situation again?
I'll pick up a rock and throw it. What do I roll for that?
That's dexterity throw.
And my evasion is 4.
Whiff.
Well,
And for the next one, I pick up the next rock. I pick up the next rock and throw it.
what am I learning here?
Hey,
What's your
so
evasion?
legitimately, hey, Darren, What
Yo.
does Obsidian have to roll to not step in?
I'm
Willpower.
teaching him how to dodge.
What is my evasion?
I also
Under armor and
tried
defense.
earlier said this is a brilliant Shaw Brothers comedy bit. Yeah.
My evasion's 5.
Good.
Does,
You dodged
does
it.
Obsidian step in or not?
You dodged it. Now throw it back.
All right.
I choose whether or not to step in.
Okay.
I dodge it.
I'm going as Vanif is picking up another rock to throw at Yang. I'm going to grab his hand. I'm going to lean in. I'm going to whisper into Vanif's ear. Hey, Vanif, before you start your lesson, explain what the fuck you're trying to teach Yang and not just start fucking throwing rocks at him with no fucking explanation, please.
Dodge.
He doesn't know why you're throwing rocks. You haven't
Dodge.
explained to him any of this lesson yet.
Look, I've had one day of martial arts training outside of having to read it through a book. This is how I
Wait,
would
why are
taught.
you teaching me then?
I know, I understand that.
It's very obvious.
It's very obvious.
Okay, put down the rocks. We're gonna spar, since apparently you're as baby as I am.
I don't
What?
think your plan of teaching him to dodge better is bad. Just explain that's what you're training. You left him a rock when he woke up this
While
morning.
he's talking
He's
to Steve, I'm
extremely
gonna do a running
confused.
tackle at Milan.
Okay.
Hey, go for it. One dice down.
Can I just use Dex?
Yes, because you don't have any brawl.
Haha! Yang torpedo!
Completely missed.
Wait, now hold on a second. He just said he's doing a Yang torpedo. That has to have stunt dice attached to it.
I said I had a one die stunt on it.
Okay, good.
That is a one die stunt on there, and it still
I would
misses.
say the doing one of the best Kirk fight moves is more than one, but that's just me.
Even if you had another one and you rolled. Okay, wait. What is Milan's evasion?
Lon's
4.
evasion is 4.
Roll one extra die. If you get a 10, you die it. Otherwise, this is going to miss.
It's at this point that I have let go and I'm just going to let this play out. I've said
No.
my piece.
You launch yourself forward as a glorious spear or torpedo and land flat on your face about 3 feet in front of Milan.
No, you see, here's the thing. The torpedo is much worse than you think it is. The torpedo is throwing yourself bodily sideways at someone.
Okay, so you still land a couple of feet in front. Just
Yes.
wrong.
And as the camera follows Obsidian as he leaves, we see Yang trying to martial arts at Vanif Milan as Milan is just backing up and throwing rocks at him.
Wrestle! Wrestle me, brother!
Oh my
We're
god.
just kind of fucking playing around now at this point.
Yep, pretty
Yeah,
much.
You're just playing. I washed my hands of this whole situation.
Come on, Obsidian, let's go for a run.
He just left him a rock when he woke up.
I
That
know.
is training from the crew as of yet.
You want to learn how to throw a lightning bolt?
No? That's dumb.
Aw,
I can't dispense justice with lightning.
Right.
I mean, I can't kill people with lightning. I mean, I can't. No.
Wait, hold on. You're just extremely able to kill people with lightning.
It's not on brand. The point is.
So,
Look.
a few hours later, we're kind of both exhausted. I've been punched a few times. You've been hit with a rock a few times.
You're pretty good.
I'll be honest. I had no idea what I'm doing.
Yeah, I figured
I got one day of monk practice when, after college, they tricked the bureaucracy into forcing me into becoming a monk.
Wait, you're a monk because of a clerical error?
Oh, someone the cleric decided that they wanted an inn on House Milan. House.
Yeah.
I did it again. House Vanif. So they tried to use me as their puppet. Grandma got really mad. So I walked off with one of their books.
Yeah, you can't pull that off. You're not very crime. No offense.
You hungry?
Yeah, let's go make fucking cookies or something.
Yeah, I picked up some. Yeah,
Yo, I got chocolate chips in my fucking backpack.
cool. I picked up some cookie mix while we're at.
All right,
Let's
so
make some cookies.
Yeah, let's make cookies.
camp is broken for the day on the edge of where the scrubland starts to turn into badland. This is where the plant life starts to just drop off, and it is beginning just broken earth. Far, far in the distance, not even actually that far. Well, in the scheme of things, far, but in the scheme of this map, not too far. You can see clearly now the impact site of the sort of creation, and wow, it's still pretty fucked up centuries later. The edges of the crater of the red area are just kind of like splashed outwards, and the whole board through the mountain is simultaneously parts of it are still perfectly smooth, and the others are just shattered to bits.
Beep.
Uh-huh. Welcome aboard, new viewers.
These things happen.
In the meantime, old man, you did notice, actually, walking by, that you are now on the list.
Excuse me?
No, you are on the
Not
list
the
of
murder list, the training list.
the training
Oh,
list,
right,
not,
yes.
not the killing list. No, the somebody or somebody thing, maybe Moat, who knows, put the words "old man" on the list of people to kick,
Gang.
ass.
All right. Well, it looks like that is something. A decision has been made for me. Normally, I wouldn't accept this, but going with the flow sometimes is a
Shogunai, I suppose.
shikata ganai, as they say. It cannot be helped. Anyway, old
Obsid-
man will then.
By the way,
What?
as an aside, Obsidian showed up that day ready to train because he did not expect old man to actually train.
This is midday of the same day. I'm just allowing this to go a little faster so we don't run
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Old man taps.
Milan's training experience kind of petered out with, yeah, my martial art style's throwing stuff. I got nothing.
I can't actually do this all day.
Old
Yeah,
man will
no.
tap Obsidian Shield on the shoulder. Is like, apparently it's my turn.
Oh shit! You actually showed up. All right. Yeah. Have at it.
I mean, if he doesn't,
You
if
can't-
old man
you can't be
doesn't want
worse
to do
than
it, I'll
Milan.
go again. I am a-okay going again.
You sit down.
No.
Side note: when
I
we
have
arrived here at the fringes of the bad land, Repose stopped a moment at the side of the road, picked up a handful of sand, and reassured it, "You are not bad land.
I mean, no offense to your pupil,
You are
but
good lad."
he is not a teacher.
Oh, I'm well
feel
aware
a
of that.
strange sense of gratitude and warmth from the dirt.
Asif's name be praised.
I am very well aware that my student is not a teacher. Otherwise, they would not be a student.
Good point. Have at it.
Well, let's see what you've got. Old man just starts standing there. The copper skin has flared up entirely.
Okay,
Hurt
I mean,
me.
I take off my backpack and I. Oh, you want me to hit you? Oh,
Hurt me.
okay. Like emotionally
not
or
dodge.
physically? All right.
Do
just gotta-
anything you can, anything in your power to deal me a single blow that I consider more than the feelers of an ant brushing upon the tips of my geta.
And you're not gonna move. How long do I have?
Twist the wrist.
You have as long as until you give out.
Okay, explain exactly what is surrounding old man.
What is surrounding him?
Yeah, like where are we? In the camp?
We're out in the very like between Scrubland and Badlands, so it's like vaguely sandy. The
You are
trees
good
have only
lad.
Yeah, the trees have mainly started to dry up. It's basically fucking empty.
It's not bad land. It's good land.
All the
Do
things they
anything
say
you
they
can
like
with-
in land is wood, not land. You're
Did-
more land
you
than
have
any
to do-
land we've talked through.
You hear Obsidian yell from around the corner. He just wants you to hit him as hard as you can.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't. I'm baby. He's got copper skin. I have to think. Hey, hand me an axe.
Yep.
Okay.
Toss,
Here's
toss the,
Shut. No, I'm doing a move, and I start felling a tree.
What? Yes.
All right, let's see where this is going.
Just gonna start. I'm just gonna stare him dead in the face. I'm just gonna start chopping like one that looks like it's about to die, but it's big enough to be like I'm. You know, like yeah, big
There
old-
is actually a
The-
good nearby. So
the one tree in the scrubland/badlands.
I'm
no,
gonna-
I rule that it is an actually already dead tree. So.
Good land.
I am going to give it a point, and I am going to cast Grasping Rope Vine several times to make some sort of elastic ivy and just sort of drag this fucking tree back and aim it directly at Old Man.
Jesus, how do I even roll this?
Wait.
Willpower.
Can
No,
I actually, maybe hold on, but can I make and use the springboard as a firing mechanism here? Would they give it more oomph?
Yes, it certainly would, but you still have to roll to activate it and see if it works the way you want it to. Remember?
All right, is that just a 2-die thing?
2-die.
1d2.
That
I mean
was
2d10.
D10.
Oh, whoops, sorry. Hold on. 2d10.
Oh boy.
It backfires, right?
Okay, so for those who are not familiar, Yang's artifact that picked up in downtime is completely unlabeled and any labeling that he can recognize. So every time he uses it, he has to get a success on 2 die for it to do exactly what he wants. On no successes, it doesn't quite work the right way. On a botch, I have fun.
Is this the botch?
No, this is not a botch. This is something goes wrong, but I don't get to throw you into the atmosphere or break it. So how would you try to set the spring up to assist you?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. There's really there's not enough way to build infrastructure for me to prop it out. Like, yeah, this is.
It sets
Oh,
off
I know.
firing.
I have an idea. Okay. No, I have an idea. I'm gonna drag it back, and then I'm going to, before I let go, I'm actually going to, I'm gonna position it against another tree. I'm gonna drag it all the way back. Okay. So this is complicated. I'm gonna have to draw this.
Okay. You can draw on the map and erase it later.
Yeah. Here's how Yang's doing this, which is really ill-advised and stupid. I'm gonna draw this in something I'm gonna draw this in black. So he's like, here's Yang. Here's a tree. Hold on, this is unseeable. Blue. Here we go. Here's Yang. This little stick figure. He's got like this, and he's got the log here, and then there's there's a tree down here.
Mm-hmm.
And the springboard is right here, and it's tied around this tree, right?
Oh, so you're trying to launch yourself with
So
the log.
I'm gonna jump, and then I'm gonna kick off the springboard and use myself as the firing pin.
Okay, so the failure point is that you don't jump in time, and you instead hit yourself with the springboard, launching yourself and your log and the springed everything forward all at once.
Okay,
You go
well,
flying forward along with the log.
in midair, I'm gonna try and give him a flying clothesline.
Clothespin.
Roll me dexterity 2-die stunt.
Hell yeah!
He's not dodging.
Okay, that is what is old man's evasion?
It is 4 by default.
Old man is not dodging, though. He is declining to defend.
Yes.
Yes. So that is not dodging. That is 6 threshold successes. Roll your strength plus 6.
I don't have any strength.
Yes.
You,
So you have
you have one
Man's
strength.
soak though.
You have
Yes.
strength.
That's the thing.
Here's the thing: if you come up with 70, the dice here, because it comes up as 7, it's actually impossible to hurt him.
Yes, that's the problem.
Yep. So you collide with old man, like tree and all, and like everything, and you pull off the clothesline, and he's just still solidly still.
Hey, one more. Yang connects, and you are still solid and perfectly fine. And Yang,
Yeah, he
now
gets
has-
wrapped around old man like a tree. The trees.
yes, Yang has now wrapped himself around the old man like Angler wrapped him around the trees. And now here comes the log.
Oh no. This is such a bad idea.
Yeah,
I
it
will,
was.
I will parry the log for what it's worth.
Okay, and what is your parry?
It is also 4, I believe. Oh wait, no, it's 5 now. Yep, 5.
God, how do I even resolve this?
I have no idea. This is fucking
This-
wild.
This counts as an environmental hazard, I guess, but okay. So,
Obsidian is rubbing his temples.
that's parry. Okay, yeah. Roll me dexterity brawl as an active roll.
So you want me to clash with it, basically?
Yes.
Okay, give me a second.
Couldn't be worse. This
Why did you give me the axe? When I asked you that question, you should have been like, fucking no, dude.
I will also do the other free one because it's been another day, so that's 5 successes.
Why do we even have an axe?
We have a
You
cannon.
Because
are
having an axe is useful.
mercifully able
Why do you
to
have a
swap-
knife?
Has axes.
Everyone has the
it's our
knife.
hand. Well, we could use our hand as an axe.
You are able to cross your arms in front of Yang across your chest and have the log impacted and shatter into 1,000 splinters. And your arms are kind of sore. You can't lie about that. It's not enough to really severely injure you, but that does smart.
That's just old man skin. It's fine. It makes sense.
No
I
part
must
of
admit that was
plan.
very creative, but I have to question exactly how did that teach you to? How in the world did that inspire you to do a punch better? I feel like your approach here was flawed from the outset.
That's the point.
Acceptable.
It's goose style. It's not like sensible style.
Well, it's Goose style with absolutely no backing in the basics.
That's why I'm trying to get the basics, dum dum. Anyways, let me
Why-
down. I like being
I thought
princess
you had to
cherry.
throw a punch earlier.
I have done nothing of the sort. I have not forced you to stay up there. Are you afraid of heights, young Yang?
Shut up. Put me down.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
going to move you. You'll have to move yourself.
I'll crawl down.
You have to grab old man in weird places if you're going to be crawling down him.
Ugh.
It feels weird. He's both hard and slippery at the same time.
It has both the properties of hard and slippery.
Why are you oily?
The properties of both copper and skin.
Yeah. Copper
Well.
covered in skin oil.
Now, I was hoping you were just going to try and punch me so I could evaluate what was wrong with your punch.
Well, you don't understand goose style very well, then, do you?
Again, I think you're trying to I think you're trying to get to the end point without ever walking through the entire path.
As an aside, for the ongoing saga of I'm looking on this, fucking Obsidian snaps up and just like, oh shit, is somebody actually giving him advice?
Oh
You
my
are
god,
trying to
please,
skip-
teacher.
You're trying to skip to the very end of your destiny. You need to make the journey, young Yang.
I
You
did.
cannot. No, you have taken your first step. That is not making the journey.
No, the journey was from the tree over to you, and then it didn't work.
And that was the very first step of roughly 15,000, correct. Now you need to make the other 14,999 steps. Before you can say that you've truly mastered Goose
Wait, hold on.
Style.
Is that a reliable formula?
Yes, actually. It's exactly 15,000 every time.
Are you fucking with me?
No. This is one of the many things that I have learned while being myself.
I'm gonna write down a speculative section of old man research notes of like he's probably fucking with me about this, but it might be
Proposes
some
come
truth
over
to
to
it.
collect the splinters. Very thorough and meticulous about retrieving all of these bits.
So, I would like to ask you, please, punch me again. Don't move from your spot unless you want to do a running start. That's all.
Fine, I'll just punch you.
And there is literally no way you can actually hurt old man
Yeah,
with a
it's
punch.
impossible.
Yes,
Don't
so
bother rolling, you will just almost break your hand.
Well,
yeah, so
gotta figure out how good his form and technique is.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Rolling
that's
actually
literally the only reason why he asked you to do it. Yeah, he's just trying to gauge your form now, and he's going to give you
What do I
actual
roll
real
for that?
advice.
dexterity.
It's okay, just 5.
Yeah.
Pretty good, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, a lot of raw instinct and potential, just zero training.
I told him how to throw a punch earlier before we started.
You're doing it. That is a remarkable amount of talent, I have to say. With just a little bit of polish, you could become something great. Now, you've
I thought
done
the log was better.
you've taken your second step. Only 14,998 to go.
I feel like the log was a better shot at actually hurting you.
Oh, it was, of course, but it wasn't going to teach you anything.
And taught me that the log. Next time, I should actually find a firing mechanism that won't kill me.
That's acceptable as a position to take from. That is a reasonable thing to take from that experience. However, it's the wrong one. Old man taps Yang on the shoulder. There are many wrong things that you can learn that are all still equally viable in other situations.
I don't want to learn any of the right ones. I only want to learn the wrong ones. That's the point.
You are, in some ways, a fantastic student, and also the most infuriating I've ever had. Granted, you're also only my third.
I never
Anyway.
signed up for shit, old man.
Anyway, let's do a bit of sparring. As old man then activates another, reshaping of his wood dragon claws and turns one of them into just a fucking spear. Dodge.
Dodge!
Wait, this is the most you've ever done anything.
Yeah, and then he's going to spear. You can dodge that, but so on. So, full sparring. Let's go. I won't move from the spot.
Well, then I'm just gonna not be near you.
And you wouldn't be sparring.
Well, yeah, I don't want to get fucking stabbed.
And you'd never going to actually get into the melee combat you need to be.
If you can dodge a rock, you can dodge a spear.
That's not true. They're entirely different mechanisms.
I'm gonna trust my friend Vindev, even though I shouldn't.
Oh, and don't worry, I won't hurt you.
I don't believe that for a fucking second, but bring it on, bitch.
He'll make it. He'll make good on that. Throughout this entire thing, he would never make a single decisive attack. He will probably crash you repeatedly every now and again, though.
Knock you on the back of the head with the spear.
Yes. Well, okay, no, I'd be doing piercing attacks.
Yeah.
One of the things that you can do with the Old Man can reshape his the wood dragon claws to get a single quality for every for every time he shapes them for a while. And that could be any of the melee weapon qualities, from flexible, chopping, piercing, all of those.
Yeah.
Anyway, Old Man actually genuinely teaches Yang some stuff.
It's fucked up. I never expected this.
You'd
It's
think that the one
amazing.
guy who is an actual teacher in any form would not be able to teach, huh?
No,
I mean,
I just
don't ever
didn't.
seem like you want to bother.
Yeah, I just didn't expect you to actually fucking give a shit.
He doesn't.
Okay.
I think that's the mistake you're making.
No, okay, sorry. I didn't expect you to try. There we go.
He tries almost every time he does anything.
Yes, but I didn't expect you to, is the thing.
You have such a poor opinion of you have such a strange opinion of me. It's very bizarre.
No, I think you had it right the first time.
But anyway.
I think
I
With the
offer
way-
you a cookie.
with the way this is going, I think we'll wrap up this session with Obsidian's version of training of Yang, because it is getting a little late. And then we'll just call it there, and next time we can do Geyser and Plague, possibly.
Maybe we
Or
can-
next week, we will be down a player, and honestly, the upcoming stuff will actually probably require more Old Man than we think. So
It's a holiday. We should probably just take the next one off.
War session.
That's gonna be fair. I'm gonna
tomorrow?
be just freshly flown in from.
yeah, lore
Plague.
session over there. But yeah, for now, Obsidian gets his turn finally to undo the damage.
Enough
Okay.
people are incidentally saying bad land as we travel through this good land that proposes new background activity is making individual glass beads from the local sand and then just casting them off into the wilderness.
So
There, look at that. You're beautiful. Good land.
Obsidian would start the day just letting Yang wake up, do his morning routine. Just have told him the night before, hey, when you're ready, meet me outside the tent, whatever. And Yang would come out the tent, and there would be Obsidian. He'd be, dressed to fight, but he's just standing there, sword at the side.
All right.
Sort of gesture you to come over.
Do I just punch you now?
No, hold up. Come here.
What?
What did you take away from everyone's lessons this week?
Everyone will try to kick your ass in very surprising ways, so I need to think a lot more than I do.
Okay. That's a good one for the one that Spanner was trying to teach you. I actually don't remember exactly what
Also, Milan's bad at throwing rocks.
forget everything Milan tried to teach you.
Oh.
I had a fun time with it. I don't know.
You can remember the experiences, don't take it as a lesson. You did seem to be having a good time. It was a good downtime session for you. I actually don't remember what Brothers training was exactly.
Kicking my
I
ass.
would go ahead and prompt you to throw wits your choice of fighting ability, let's say.
Oh, at yours?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do I have fucking do I have melee at all?
You have
I do.
melee.
I have a 5 in melee. Okay, yeah.
You have a sword.
I always forget that melee isn't punch. Melee is fighting. Yeah, okay.
Because Propose
10
didn't
D10.
say out loud what his lesson was yet. That would have been day 2 if the student did wander off and start 3 other different classes before coming back. Okay, so Propose's ways that he attacked Yang were all supposed to demonstrate, the limits of movement and the importance of understanding the range of motion. This would have been the start of a lesson about footwork and how everything about how you can move in a fight begins with your stance.
Mm-hmm. So that's what, I would have relayed that to Yang. Brother Repose was trying to teach you basic footwork and movement. Yes, Spanner was trying to teach you to be on your guard constantly. He did it. He got the message across, but did the lesson poorly, in my opinion.
Hey, fuck off.
It's true. You just beat him up constantly. You didn't sit down to teach anything.
I'm laughing as I say this.
But anyway, Old Man probably had the closest to a right proper first lesson.
I don't
explained
believe
it-
that for a second.
Neither did I at first, but he taught you a very important lesson to take away from all this. You are trying to move too fast. You need to start from the beginning.
I am.
And at this point, I would say, and without a actual punching bag or anything. Actually, no, fuck that. I would come prepared. I have a punching bag. I would walking up to the punching bag and just say, "Show me a punch."
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to punch the bag.
I'm going to roll. How good was the punch? All right, 4 successes. Yeah, it's all right.
He's learning how to throw a punch.
Despite it all.
All right. And what would I have to... I don't know if there would be a roll associated with this, but I want to analyze Yang's form.
That would probably be I don't know,
Perception and a fighting skill.
perception and your fighting skill.
All right, well, damn. You hate to see that perception stat come up on Obsidian, but anyway. Whoops. Okay. So my eyes are bad. I guess the outcome of this would be actually surprised that how the forceful and actually good that bunch actually was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, like, Yang, again, has a lot of raw potential and has clearly been talked through the basics of the philosophy of the style, but was not given enough time to actually practice any of it.
I would say to Yang, I'm not actually trained in a martial arts. I am trained in sword fighting. Mostly
That's
self-taught,
martial
but
arts, isn't it?
yes, but not your martial arts, not a hand-to-hand martial arts. The one thing I can show you is I do know the general idea of how to throw a punch, and would show the general. I would get into a stance, both feet, shoulder width apart, hands at the side, at the waist, rotate the body, throw the punch, rotate the wrist. This is the basic form of a punch.
Okay, that's more practical than the other ones I got.
That's literally what I.
That
Never
was
mind.
partially what you said.
It's partially
That-
what
that
you
was-
said, but
That
you
was
just like
that was me.
You started throwing rocks at me.
That was me, Bradways, tripping over my own words and forgetting to fully explain things.
It's okay.
it's fine.
It happens.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Bradway made for a hilarious situation. Don't be sad
Yes.
at all.
I know.
It was funny.
At this point, Obsidian would tell Yang, okay, I want you to try and mimic that as best as possible 100 times.
That's a lot. Oh, wait, are these just punching drills?
I am doing punching drills with you, yes.
Oh, okay. See, that's what I wanted in the first place. I don't know how to do these. Now I'm just going to wake up and do these every day.
There's a good start. Second of all, though Old Man did give you the best advice, stop changing instructors. Just work with Repose. He was actually trying to teach you footwork and maneuverability.
I didn't want to leave anyone out.
That's fair, but Repose is
They're all my
probably
brothers.
Repose is probably the best teacher and is his martial arts is the closest to yours. He can probably teach you the best.
All right.
And this would go on for a bit. And then the final thing that I wanted to do was, hey, so the other thing that you brought up is you're worried about people getting in close to you. Have you ever thought about just, if somebody gets in close, just hitting them upside the head with your crossbow?
What do you mean?
He gestures to your crossbow is like a medium-sized crossbow, right?
Yes.
Like, hold that, lift it, feel the weight. If somebody got in close to you, you could just hit them with that.
That's all wood.
You mean just bonk?
Just bonk them with your crossbow. You might not be able to load a bolt, but hitting somebody upside the head with your crossbow,
That doesn't look very cool, though.
it doesn't look cool, but it is effective and could save your life.
It is doing it wrong.
It is doing it wrong. I'll think about it. Thanks, Obsidian.
No problem. And that's it. That's Obsidian's lesson.
I wish
Obsidian
everyone
just,
else was that nice.
Obsidian just had a very straightforward lesson and just had the thought of, well, if he's so worried about people getting close, he's not like he's an archer with a normal bow. He has a crossbow. He just hits somebody with. In fact, it's an artifact crossbow. It probably really fucking hurts to get hit by that
Probably would
thing.
never break, yeah.
Yeah.
few hours
Then-
later, Milan shows up, rocks in hand. Hey, you just want to go through rocks and stuff?
Yeah, sure.
They'll get along fine.
And I feel like that's a pretty good note to wind the session down on. As I mentioned, either next week will either be a break or a lower session, depending on, who's present, what are we doing, etc. Labor Day, holiday, respect the sacrifices people have made for labor before you. Other than that, next time, continuing the travels, perhaps geysers, perhaps plague, we shall see.
Next,